Alright, everyone. So, we might be in for it a little bit on this one. Both with this game specifically and with this batch of demos entirely. Because, two things to note. One, this is the only demo I've actually tested out of the batch we'll be doing. The rest I kind of only had time to open and volume balance a little bit for the majority of the ones we'll be doing today. I didn't even have time to test enough of them to guarantee I'll have enough for a full session today. I grabbed enough for a full session, but since the Next Fest page only properly opened up at 1, which was an hour ago, didn't exactly have a ton of time to go sifting through. So I grabbed, I think it was like 15 or so that caught my eye and shortened that list down to like 8 guaranteed ones I wanted to do today. And then the rest are kind of in a we'll see category. So bear in mind that there's going to be more than average scuff today because some of these may not work properly. I actually had to remove one immediately when I went to audio balance it because the play button didn't work. So that's fun. This one works flawlessly though. The caveat about this game in particular is based on how my first shot with the demo goes, I kind of suck at it a little bit. So don't take anything you see of how the gameplay goes against the game here. It felt very good from what I tried. So let's just hop in and show you what I mean with that. As you can see, you hop around, you shoot, you can dash, you can punch. That's about all you got. If you dash in certain directions, you'll do different things. Like they referred to the up dash as an uppercut. So I'm curious to see if that'll actually like do damage. I didn't actually test that one when I was running about. You can grab meta progression upgrades here. In our particular case, we can actually afford the max health increase because I did more than one in fast test. Extra a weapon slot would be great, but I'm gonna go ahead and not grab anything yet. Because what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give you guys a run that's indicative of somebody's actual first run, and then we'll grab the upgrades and see how it plays from there. Is basically gonna be the idea. Also get huge Scourgebringer, I think it was called, vibes from this game, both visually and how it feels. There we go. Level 1, Underworld. Yeah, basically how this works is each room is just a small arena like this. You deal with whatever's in that arena and then you move on. Or not, depending on whether you live. You got 4 health up there, as you can see. All of your cooldowns are down there in the bottom left. All of your currency and your kill count, bottom right. Your ammo is up top, but you'll notice it's not moving right now. That's because the basic weapon you have is infinite. As we go along, we will be acquiring weapons that will actually have more of a concern as far as that goes. Our punch, by the way, has one neat bonus feature that I'll get into when we find enemies where it'll be relevant. Weapon shop's down below. We don't want to go there quite yet. Ah, these guys are going to be perfect examples, actually. As long as I do it correctly. But I shot them too quickly. Basically, the punch can reflect bullets. So that's a handy little trick. Now, the reason why I didn't go here immediately is everything in the shop, as far as I've seen so far, costs a minimum of 100, and we didn't have 100. The 3 dots down there is your current currency. The, like Simon Says looking icon down there is your meta currencies you might have gathered, and of course the skull is your kill count. Thankfully, there isn't really contact damage. They can only damage you if they hit you with an attack or, you know, a bullet. There's an ammo drop. Wow, this is actually a really generous seed compared to the test seeds. really shouldn't do what I just did there, which was stand in the middle of the pile and just brawl. It's not really recommended. You have wall clinging and such. It's actually, the wall clinging, I would say, has actually come back to bite me more than it's helped me so far, but that's probably a me thing, not a game thing. Down here is an upgrade shop, which you get passive upgrades from instead. Shield, protect one from one hit, reduce enemy bullet speed with bullet time, or reduce their HP straight up. Problem is, right now, I'd have to choose between one of these or a gun at the moment. And I think I'm actually going to take the reduced enemy HP. We can then leverage that to buy a gun. There's also a second gun shop here with a minigun, a flamethrower, and a bouncer gun. Those all sound like fun. Oh yeah, you also bounce on the heads of, like, these rock guys. I think you actually bounce on every enemy, but I'm not 100% on that. And that is an automatic bounce. I don't have to do any input for that. And in this particular case, it actually sabotaged me rather than helping me, because I forgot that that was a thing in the moment. So, there's a lot of moving parts to this crazy little game here. Despite the fact that it may look simple. There we go. That's how you do it right. Oh, on the note of settings, there is a flash effect that's on by default. I turned it off. I don't know how significant it is. I also reduced the screen shake because this type of game has a tendency to have a lot of it. So I cut that down, which, considering it's already shaking a little bit when everything dies, it would be shaking a lot more on every death. So I chose not to have it be interfering with me processing things by having everything shaking around, but if you enjoy that, you're probably going to want to leave that as the default. But considering the full screen flash there and everything, I'm assuming with the flash effect unchanged, it probably would be more significant than that. So just your little buyer beware thought process there. I lost track of myself for a second there because I looked over to make sure I wasn't forgetting something. That's going to be the bane of my existence in this, probably, is millisecond of distraction equals pain. And as we all know, I'm actually both very hard to distract and very easy to distract at the same time. It really depends on the nature of the distraction and where it came from. I am very good at distracting me. What's this upgrade shop got? Increased collection range, reveal the map, or enemies receive more damage. As much as I am absolutely all for enemies receiving more damage, let's actually go buy a gun. Just so you'll get to see how those are. So do I want a bazooka, a lightning gun, a plasma gun, or the minigun, bouncer, or flamethrower that were in the other shop? I am really tempted by the bazooka, even though the red is a decrease, so really it seems like it's across the board lower, but I'm assuming it's got blast radius on the shots, which makes up for the damage difference. Plasma's damage is crazy, but it's slow flying bullets, so it's probably like decent sized slow orb type deal. The lightning could be fun, though that too has like no bullet speed, which is weird. You know what, I'm curious. You'll notice the icon up there has changed. Now this is actually going to have a limit as far as ammo goes, so that's going to be a concern. We almost have enough money to buy the upgrade that I wanted though, so let's see about quickly getting it. Oh, it's an auto-aim weapon. It shoots slow, but it automatically targets something that's near me. Okay. Looks like it prioritizes nearest. My punch wasn't off cooldown, but I thought it was. Well, that's a shame. So this is suddenly gone really wrong. But we can afford the damage increase, so there's that. Both the healing rooms are already emptied out, so that's bad. We could go grab ammo, but we don't need it yet. Let's check these regular rooms before we go in the room that has the icon on it. And I don't think I need to explain why. Never mind. So, to explain what went wrong there, I hit the wrong button. I punched when I should have dashed. Because I didn't run you through the buttons, and I should have. On standard Xbox layout controller, X is shoot, Y is punch, B is dash. The shoulder buttons don't actually do anything other than like interaction on right trigger and things like that, and your left bumper is your map. It's a little bit of an interesting layout. Oh yeah, and the obvious missing face button, A, is jump, by the way. I just kind of glossed over that one without thinking about it. Let's go ahead and buy that extra hit point. Second weapon I'm not super concerned about, even though it would be helpful. If we play long enough, which we probably will, in order to get one of these 4-cost upgrades, I'll probably grab the extra hit, because I am doing a bad job of not getting hit. I'm very much enjoying this, which is why even after the short test of the demo I did, I was still very much gonna do this one first. It just is a little rough. And not in the way of, like, incomplete rough, even though this is an alpha demo, as it states at the first loading thing you do. This is actually, like, very smooth and polished for an alpha demo. I assume the fact that it's an alpha demo is just stating, like, hey, lack of content at the moment or such, probably. Or it's just a dev team that doesn't actually have as much confidence in the message they want to show yet. And are playing it safe because of how quick people can be to dismiss things even as a demo or a beta. That's always a possibility. All of the above are valid concerns. I really gotta remember that the punch is on a cooldown. It feels like it shouldn't be, but with the fact that it has reflection, it makes sense that it would be. And since there's a dot on it by default, I presume that you can get extra charges of it in some form or fashion. Though that may or may not be available to us in the current game state. There's also just times like that where you can just punch a whole crowd in one swing. You know, that is in and of itself usually fairly satisfying. And I do appreciate that the bullets all disappear when a fight ends, so that you don't catch stray bullets at the end of a fight, because you think, oh yeah, I'm not gonna get hit. I will say there is some issue with visual effects overlaying. Like, that punch obscured that enemy just enough that I couldn't tell if he was dead for just long enough that he hit me. But that's as much I should have been moving regardless of whether he was there or not thing. But that is still a concern to point out. In the unlikely event that the devs are listening. We got fireball, machine gun, parallel gun. I like the idea of parallel gun. Yeah, because it's 2 bullets on top of each other. That's going to be very important. You're reborn once from death with full health. Increase your speed by 20%. Enemies explode on death, dealing damage to nearby enemies. All of these sound really good, but reborn. Yeah, not even a question. At the rate I've been getting knocked around, being able to come back to life seems like an incredible move. I need to remember that I can teleport more often. Yeah, look how much more effective an actual weapon is over your base gun. Not that your base gun's any slouch, but like just a touch more firepower can make all the difference. And in this particular case, it's literally just twice the damage because it's twice as many bullets. So, you know, there's just plenty of logic to be had on that one. What upgrades are in here? Reduce enemy health, enemies stay on fire longer, explosion destroys bullets. All of those sound good, but I'm probably gonna take the same one we had before so we can actually clear rooms a little quicker and easier. You might have imagined that I stood there in front of a bullet. That's because I had the second guess moment again. This is a mini boss, or I don't know what they actually term these as. But they last a decent bit. They've got some slightly spooky bullet patterns that you can absolutely abuse to your advantage against them. But they're not the end of a stage. And that's why they're not an actual boss. There we go, get our health back. We're doing way better this time. But I credit that primarily to having a good weapon, not to me getting so much better suddenly. Yeah, let's go ahead and reduce their health again. Was the ammo still here? No, I used it already. That's not great. Is what happens when you run out of ammo is the gun is, as far as I can tell, gone, which is upsetting. Those explosive guys are upsetting, because they can come in at an angle like that where they're below you, and there is plenty you can do about it, but not something that I'm that good at doing. There we go, got rid of those. Lost the weapon though, which is what I was kind of trying to avoid. But I really should just be willing to trade out right now, rather than thinking I can get away with holding on to something longer. There we go. That's the whole map cleared. Oh, I am a fool. There was the ammo up here I could have grabbed for the gun. And I didn't get enough money to get another gun. Well, boss fight without any upgraded weaponry then. It's time for the real boss, complete with a warning label. I started this fight once, and yeah, it went about as well as that moment there just did. Because his whole thing is he does a handful of shots, then he does a big burst. This is what killed me before. The array of homing missiles this thing does is terrifying. Like, they're not that bad to deal with, and your punch is useless against them is the problem I ran into before, and I immediately forgot again. He's like, his shots are not that bad to avoid. Because thankfully they're kind enough to give you a pretty small hitbox. So bullet dodging is actually not too difficult. Especially when you take into account the fact you have enough mobility with the natural double jump and the dash and everything. Oh, there went our revive. Oh, that's mean. Just flying in on me before doing the multi-launch. Because I was planning on parrying the multi-launch. Because if you do it right, you can actually send a lot of bullets back to him. Unfortunately, they go to where the bullets started from, not directly back to him necessarily. Got him. Okay. Without the revive, we would not have won that, but, you know, that's why I picked revive. Immediately immediately dumped in the corner where he belongs. Oh, that was the end of the demo, I guess. I do appreciate the demo message here, or complete with the have a fantastic day and everything. I saw this when I was closing the game as well. Now, you don't actually want to hit OK here. If you hit OK, it actually opens up another window. So we're going to hit cancel on that one, and we're going to actually keep playing for a little bit, just because, you know, we've only been playing for 20 minutes. I'll round out the half an hour, so we can see more weapons and such as well. Okay, yeah, that is presumably all the upgrades that are going to be available in the demo. This is a very short demo, which makes sense. If it's an alpha demo and it's this kind of game, there's really not going to be that much that we're going to want to give away in a demo. But we can get away with toying with goofier weapons now that I know that the demo's actually not that long. I don't have to, like, prep for a long run. Music's obviously enjoyable. That right kind of energetic for this type of game. There we go. As you might imagine, I'm going to be more talkative during some of the other demos where I'm not having to think as hard about my movements. Because there are definitely some demos that are going to be much more relaxing compared to this one. Put into today's lineup. Control-wise, though, this thing is basically flawless. I have not encountered any control issues at all. Every mistake has been basically either I don't know something or I hit the wrong button. Like that. That was my fault. Where I slid off of there. Is there a little bit of slide? Yes, but it's actually a favorable bit of slide, not a, oh, this feels wrong. Laser gun, piercing gun, or minigun? Let's try one of these two because we know what a minigun's gonna do. The laser gun's damage is higher. Why is the bullet speed so low on it? Oh, I guess because they don't have a way of really showing that. Okay, it doesn't go through walls. So far, the laser's pretty good. As you'd expect from a laser, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Alright. And it's not actually burning through ammo too badly. Not that I would expect a laser to burn through ammo that quickly unless it was like a consistent laser. A single fire laser really isn't gonna take that much. Unless you're really having to, like, drain the batteries to fire it in the first place. That really is satisfying when you line up a punch to send a lot back. Let's not grab that ammo yet, because it's a 50% recharge. I wonder if there's like a combo system or something, because we are getting a lot of money sometimes and not a lot other times. It may also just depend on what enemies are in place, though. I will say I do frequently end up shooting the wrong way when I'm on the wall, but I think that's, again, a me issue, not a game issue. Reduce their HP, reveal the map. The fact that there is a secret room tells me I should actually grab the map. I'm going to assume it's... Was it this room? I don't know. No, because there's a room with no connections. But there's a few with no connections. Is it... No, I think it's just not showing connections from a room you haven't been to. It's probably the question mark that's over there. But the fact that it's next to the boss room is a little odd. Let's grab the ammo and then we'll take out the mini boss. And we'll see where we go from there. I wanted the ammo just so I could more freely shoot. Yeah, that hitbox is actually like really tight, which is good. Because I purposely stayed still on that one just to verify that those bullets would actually go around you instead of it being just the little bit past your model where you would have gotten hit there. That one was me being too focused on what was chasing me, not paying attention to the shooters. It is really fun just being able to pop into the room and immediately get rid of a couple of the enemies. Punch him so I don't burn another shot. We don't have another ammo room aside from this one. Unfortunately, their shots don't ordinarily do friendly fire. They have to be converted by your punch to do friendly fire. Oh yeah, you can only buy one thing per shop, by the way, no matter how much money you have. So I think we are out of luck on upgrades. Yeah, we are. Okay. Might be able to get an interesting gun from this shop. What do we got? Parallel gun, plasma, and bouncer gun. Let's burn the ammo on this weapon more, and then we'll grab one of those other ones for the boss. This way, we don't have to worry about running out of ammo as badly. But we also make it to the boss again. So we are running out of demo time. Ooh. Oh, it's just a ton of money and a hit point. Well, that's nice. So secret rooms are definitely worth finding, and they flash red when you hit them, so you'll definitely be able to spot them if you do find in them intentionally or accidentally. Let's play around with the plasma. His bouncer gun, we can kind of tell what that's gonna do. It shoots bullets that bounce around. So we'll do the boss fight a second time, and then that'll be it for the demo. Okay, it is exactly what I anticipated. Big bullet that fly kind of slow, but do big damage. I didn't mean to bounce off that wall. Okay, so that's actually one minor statement I would make, for my purposes at least, is if you're near the wall, it's very easy to end up jumping on the wall without meaning to. So if you're in a tight spot, that might actually prove to be a bit of a complication. I am gonna run out of ammo here in a second, but it has done so much work for us. I keep thinking I can punch the missiles, which is a fun idea, but clearly doesn't work. Oh yeah, the ground slam, by the way, does do damage to anything that's near you when you hit the ground. I don't know if it'll do damage on the way down. There we go. Got him without needing to revive that time. Nice and easy. But it is only Area 1 boss, so that really shouldn't be a shock to anybody. I think we're slightly higher up on the leaderboard that time, too. Yeah, that was Core Breaker. Core Breaker's pretty good. For those interested, there's the usual Next Fest command from when I do these things, and the store page for the game if you wish to wishlist it. It's gonna take me a second to get the next one up and running, so just bear with me on that. It won't take long, but it will take a second. And this one I loaded up specifically because it fit for today. It's also another perfect one for filling out the other half of the half hour, most likely. And I was smarter this time and made it so that I don't have to change games in Twitch every time. I just need to quickly fill out the Next Fest command. So give me a sec on that. There we go. Now we can get down to business. Welcome to Monday Syndrome. It's exactly what you'd expect, but also more. Get a load of the fact that his arms are moving with how I move the mouse down there. Yeah, important notes on this, you'll notice they've been in the industry for a bit, seen how the industry is, which has not really been that great lately as far as people getting laid out off and things. Looks like, yeah, presumably passion project deal. They're a solo dev, so, you know, make sure to take it easy on that one. You can adjust your volumes a little bit, which I did do, but apparently that got forgotten. So let's give that a quick bump. It didn't need much of a bump, so we'll just do that and that should be okay. No, we'll bump that preemptively just in case. We'll go ahead and delete save and start so that the run I spent a minute in is gone. This place is a nightmare, but you'll figure it out. Here's how things work around here. Your standard controls. Got your demonic Clippy equivalent down here telling us how things work. Yes, I know how to move. There we go. There's also gaining levels when you turn in reports after clearing the floor. You have a class selection, though I don't think it's actually going to be available at the minute. This is the interesting one, document editing. You can actually merge items and, like, combine the effects of things, which is really interesting. This is also still a little loud, so give me a sec. Gonna give everything a bit more of a nudge. It seemed fine before, but now it's being loud. I think it, like, kicked up a bit more once we actually started moving things along. But yeah, basically this is a top-down action RPG in an office, using mostly your standard office items and things for combat. But there's something less than normal here, in that your office is loaded with demons. Which some would say that's pretty standard corporate behavior, but that's neither here nor there. Okay, so we got a stapler now, another piece of wood, some chairs. No affixes on the chairs. We got a ruler of vitality, triple and draining and swift ruler. That is the one we started with. The spry stapler that makes you move faster. I do enjoy the pop-ups that keep showing up over here as well. I am paying attention to them, I'm just not reading them off. Well, I don't need both of the no FX chairs. Stapler's a ranged weapon, so let's do something like this, perhaps. And I'm gonna keep my current ruler. There we go. Let's see if we can figure out the document editing. Like if I combine that and this. Okay, so it doesn't look like I can take the affixes, I can take the attacks. So, like, we can combine the ruler slash and the chair crush. Because why not? Doesn't seem like it changed the animation. No, it is quicker now. So that's fun. Those are some big staples. Oh yeah, things are destructible, by the way. Like this whole table here, just wreck it. Get crushed. Found another stapler. Oh god, there's a tiny demon. He's so small. Use the fast chair of victory. There we go. Didn't get anything new other than this stapler, which is just extra area damage, which I don't need. But yeah, there's a lot of enemies remaining on the floor, it seems. Just gonna clear out this room right quick. Come on. Face me. I'm very amused by the just seemingly random sizes these guys have. Like, why is there a teeny tiny demon? What function does he have in the demon office? I think I broke the printer. Oh well. There's a bunch of them in there. Knock knock. Break time with an emphasis on the break. It's a little light at the moment, but I assume once it's out of being a demo, it will probably have significantly more going on. I'm very interested by the fact that it has all these affixes and everything. That will almost certainly lead to good things happening. And so far, the movesets at least are slightly different. Like between the chair and the ruler, for example. Obviously the stapler is very different, considering it's our only ranged option so far. I do hope we start finding more weapons, though. So it looks like we did find something. I don't know if that's a candle or a marker or what yet. I've not had a chance to look. There we go. It is a pen. So launch precise pen strike and some kind of pen meteor. What? Okay, you know what, I'm here for it. Split count, huh? What does that mean for that? doesn't seem like it means anything for this weapon in particular. Okay. So we got pen missiles and a pen meteor. Okay. I can work with that. And this is why we were getting set on fire before, somebody had one of these pens. Okay. Spicing your life up, one unflaming pen at a time. Yeah, it seems like they don't always drop the weapon that they have, they'll just drop something on occasion. And it may even be that they'll always drop the weapon that they have, it just is a matter of whether they'll drop something or not to begin with. Some lifesteal on this pen. That's already a little bit better. Might be worth, like, taking one of the pens and putting it on the ruler that has split count. That could be really funny. I will say this game probably could do with some more sound effects. Like the fact that your attacks have no sound when they're not making contact, like there's no sound of it going through the air or anything, takes you out of it a little bit. Obviously it doesn't need that, but it's just one of those like little tiny quality of life touches that adds to the presentation as a whole. Like, it's very enjoyable just tearing the office up. I'm sure there's plenty of people that have normal office jobs that would love to do something like this. Just rip up the office that they work in. Ooh, 232% split count. That's basically the same as the other one, the one with +2, but slightly more. Question mark doesn't do anything. Okay, that's one thing I wish I could do, is since these look like windows, like actual like old windows, let me move them. I know that's a big ask, but let me move the windows if it's not an unreasonable request. 'Cause I think that would be helpful. Well, not even necessarily helpful, but I would just enjoy being able to move the windows around. You do definitely get through the pile of demons pretty quickly, though. Like, we had 155 just moments ago, and now we're down to 102. So you can definitely rip the count down pretty quick. As long as you don't have long stretches like this where there's no enemies, which we're currently backtracking to the other side of the office where all the other rooms that have enemies in them are. So that's as much on us as anything. But thanks to the perspective, sometimes it can be a little hard to tell where the doors are. But at the same time, that's not really that big a deal. You can just kind of keep bumping around till you find it. There it is. I was gonna say, if there wasn't a door there, there was about to be a real big problem, because we wouldn't have had any way of going anywhere. Because we could very clearly tell there were enemies down here. I do wonder what the different room colors mean, if they mean anything. They may just be making the rooms different colors just so you can differentiate the rooms on the map here. We got a lot of stuff now. Projectile ground size could actually be really good for this weapon because of the meteor. Hope you're doing well, Morg. Let's see. I don't know what else I want to do with these. I don't really need that stapler. So there is another door that leads into this set of rooms here, I guess, because I did not see an access point. But I probably just missed it, like through here or something. Yep, there it is. Camera angles are the way they are. Alright. Just quickly freeze them so I can clean house here. You really don't even need any weapon other than the basic ruler so far. What happened in here? I didn't even make this mess. Weird. Okay. Clean all that out. Anything good? That could be fun. But the split angle I don't think helps without there being a split effect, so I think that one might actually end up useless. I want these coffee pots that they're spraying coffee at me with, but I haven't yet to get to one to drop. Seems like a door, but it's not a door. No, the tiny demons. There we go, coffee pot. No affixes, but I want to know what it does. Okay, so that's where the weird, like, brown pits of death have been coming from. Oh, the server room, the perfect place to bring a pot of coffee and just start flailing around wildly with it. Just destroy this whole place. If for nothing else but for fun. There we go. Only 46 left to go. Just gotta find where the rest of them are. Oh, well, one of them's currently chasing me. Okay. I do want to keep this office chair. The stapler really hasn't been coming into effect anymore at all. And I haven't gotten one with interesting enough affixes to make me change my mind on that. Oh, okay, the minimap does have the doors on it. That's what the little black lines are between squares. I did not put that together till now. But I think we've seen all the weapons on this floor now, at least. That giant chair appearing out of the tiny demon is certainly interesting. Oh, no, we're dead. Huh. And then they dance on my corpse. Because of course they do. So let's just casually restart that day. Yeah, we don't seem to be able to select... Oh yeah, duh. Not included in the demo. Sad face. So we only have Corporate Warrior. We do have perks that we can get. After I'm done sneezing. Yeah, we have not upgraded our pay grade, so we can't get anything else, but... Critical hit bonus... Restore 5 hit points for each defeated enemy. 100% chance to heal all your max health when you pick up office supplies. Oh no, 15% chance to heal 100% of your health. Each kill grants 10% move speed. 10 armor for 5 seconds when collecting supplies. Damage over time with a 15% trigger chance. Double damage based on health. 3 seconds when you're in crisis mode after taking a hit. Reduce damage by 20%. Okay. And 15% extra attack speed. Not bad. Looks like we keep all of the items we picked up. So that's interesting. And I presume these are meant to be some kind of resource down here. the push pins, the paper clips, and the donuts. Joke's on you, you stupid hit clippy demon. I can work and read at the same time. But I do want to mess around with the document editing a little more. What do I want to combine becomes the question. I know there was something I was interested in toying with. Just gotta find it in this mess. Oh yeah, it was the split count on this. Well then why are you trying to tell me to do things? If you're not my boss, don't talk to me. Now do I want pen throw or staple shoot? I feel like I want the... Actually, I need to know. I need to know whether this will work. Because we could always edit this again. So if I swap ruler slash and coffee splash. So I think I did that the wrong way around. I sure did. Because now that ruler's gone. I meant to just grab them both and invert the positions of both of them. I did not fully think that through. Oh, okay. Chat disconnected for a second and I'm just getting rid of a notification right quick before I did too much else. Okay, so since I screwed that up, let's grab the one that has the projectile count and try that instead. So that, since that's not split count, it probably won't work for the coffee plan that I just formed. So we'll just have pen. We'll do that. We'll see if that works. Yep, we now throw triple pens. Okay. So what other goofy things can I potentially do here? So I don't think we got anything too crazy. Like, we have a split count chair here. But I lost my coffee splash, which is the thing I wanted to test the splitting with. But I suppose we could still try coffee bomb and see if it splits the bombs. That might work. There it is. No. I think it needs an existing split count for the percentage to work on it, which is unfortunate. So the most exciting thing we've gained is the multi-shot pen ruler. I mean, we do have another projectile count ruler here. So let's do an experiment with that and the coffee bombs. See if the increased projectile count is what this actually needs in order for that to work. Just means we may have a lot of rulers in our repertoire, but that's okay. Yeah, there we go. Triple coffee bomb. Just litter the area with death. Now we're talking. Now we got something going here. And I've made irrelevant my ruler immediately. His +4 projectile count is hilarious. Okay, so you do have a trash bin. Let's get rid of these excess no affix weapons then. Things with affixes we'll hang on to potentially do things with. And some things we may keep even if they have no affixes, just so we have extra copies of the moves. It might actually be really funny to take one of those projectile increases and use it for the stapler or spread shot. Where'd that ruler go that had the... Yeah, it's... No, that's not the one. Oh, right, I got rid of the other one because I took the... No, I didn't. I must have thrown it away, though, still, because I don't see it anywhere anymore. So that's unfortunate. That plan's not going to work yet, then. Because otherwise I was going to just throw, like, 7 staples at a time. I am amused by this thing that's just constantly talking shit down there. Okay, good. The pens from the sky are also multiplied. That's what made me happy about that idea. It is also very funny seeing them working on nothing. The room was destroyed and they were still working like nothing happened. That's pretty good. Like, I could definitely see myself picking this game up when it comes out, which I don't know when it will, but it's just got such good, goofy energy to it. Oh good, my efficiency rating went up, but so did everybody else's. That's exactly what you want to see. Did I get something new there, or was that just a chair? That was just a chair, okay. There was a bunch of stuff piled up, so I couldn't tell if that was like a printer, or a piece of paper, or a chair, or what. I did not manage to read what that other pop-up said. I am still here for now, yes. Statistically unexpected, huh? You know what? I can live with being statistically unexpected. That is a lot of text. I read a lot of it, but I didn't get through all of that because there was just so much over there. Not really, I have full health still. There's a dodge that I keep forgetting. Yeah, you know, nothing but logic there. If you're low on health, don't get hit. But maybe try to not be at low health to begin with. Or get the health back, either one. Is it though? Is it? You know what, that checks out. It is a good thing that this cleans up the debris, because I could definitely see that a room like that especially, the debris would cause performance issues like left and right. I will happily demonstrate some efficiency when I have a reason to care. Did I really not get anything with split on it? I have split angles, but no, like, direct split. Because I'm pretty sure, like, the coffee splash doesn't count as a projectile, for example. That might be my favorite tip, is the, oh, you trust these tips, huh? Ha! Aren't you a sucker? I can definitely, like I was saying though, I can definitely see myself playing more of this goofy little thing. But I do think I will let it be after we hit the half-hour mark for now, at the very least. Because we've already seen, like, the tip messages repeat and things like that a few times. So I don't know if there's enough here to go wild with right now. I mean, that is true. Dodging does avoid embarrassment when you do it correctly. until you dodge into an attack and embarrass yourself in a completely different way. Yeah. It won't be perfectly on the hour mark, but the ads start here in 2 minutes and change. I'll probably just wait till the ad starts and then swap. That'll be easier so that nobody has to watch me sit there and fumble things around. I don't know why the ads are out of alignment again, but it is what it is. Wouldn't be the first time, won't be the last time. I need to make room in this inventory again. I kind of stopped paying attention to it because we were going to be stopping. But I should at least move some of it out. If for nothing else, just so it at least picks things up. I mean, I'll take being told I'm doing great, even if it's a lie at the moment. It is kind of weird how it goes from you're absolutely not in any danger to, oh god, you're dying so easily. But that's pretty par for the course for this style of thing. We have a visitor from the other room. There we go. No, I really don't have anything good. Because we've already scrolled over the open spaces that I had opened up, and there was nothing. I didn't get a chance to read that one, but it probably wasn't important. I wonder what happened to our paper clips. Probably lost them on death. Alright, so that takes care of all of that. We are about to start the ad, so I'm gonna go ahead and get out of this game. It also gives you this whole speech here. There we go. So just give me a moment, those that aren't going to be in the ads, while I switch games. But before I do that, there is the link for the game if you wish to wishlist Monday Syndrome yourself. I'll go ahead and toss it on my list. Because I did forget to actually wishlist these ones ahead of time this time, so I'm going to have to remember to do that as we go. So that's gonna be fun. So those two are done. I want to keep going in the order I placed these. We're actually going through them a little quicker than I had expected. Which on that note, let's do one that might actually last a little bit then. This isn't perfectly in order, but this will be good enough to do next. I am going to kill audio for y'all for a second, because I don't know how loud this is going to be. Because this is one I did not get a chance to audio balance test yet. So just bear with the fact there's going to not be audio for a moment here. Just till I get the audio checked. Yeah, it's not excessively loud, but it is a little loud. There we go. I can go ahead and give you guys audio and visuals now. Though you're not gonna have audio for a quick second here while I grab the store page, because I almost forgot to do that. I am disorganized as usual for these things. Okay, all of that's caught up. Is the game going to appear, or am I gonna have to fight with it? I'm gonna have to fight with it a little bit. So just give me a second here. Come on, OBS. You know you wanna. You're really gonna be that way right now, aren't you, OBS? Every now and then you just end up with one of these that just don't want to capture. Where did I put that one that is the backup for these kind of situations? The problem is I think all of these are cropped in some way, shape, and or form. Just bear with me for a second while I fiddle it around and get it to appear on screen. There it goes. Thankfully, none of it was missed because the ad hasn't ended yet. But either way, this is Voidsayer. This is kind of a dark, spooky, somewhat Cthulhian creature collector. At least that's what the initial bit I saw about it as I was grabbing things indicated to me. Case in point up here, as usual, an early demo version. Core concept, balance is not present yet. Things are gonna be a little fucky. It's already setting the tone decently with some good music at the beginning here. Let's see what we get into.
We did not heed the prophets who conveyed the omens from above. We did not notice the portentous signs around us. And we were unprepared when the calamity struck.
Book of Sins, Volume 3, Verse 2. Now, is anything else gonna be voiced, or am I gonna have to do it? I'm gonna have to do it. So another recruit. Here it is, the harsh reality of wartime. I can make do with the slop they now call food, and even with the life confined within walls like a rat in a cage, but I'll never accept that now any lowlife is fit to become a recruit. No choice, every new sunrise costs many lives. You have been honored with the task of taking in the place of the fallen, stepping beyond the walls and fighting for humanity's future. I'll give you the standard briefing. Whether you listen or not, that's up to you, but without this knowledge, you won't last long. Your generation has never left the shelter walls since birth, but I'm sure you've heard many stories about the outside world. Well, none of them can convey even a fraction of its horrors. Beyond the walls lies the domain of the Abyss, teeming with its repulsive spawn, entities. That's what our ancestors called them. Good, the word's whispering at me already. I'm sure that's fine. There's no weapon that can stand up to these monsters. However, there is a way to turn them against their creator. I'm telling you this so you can learn your first and most important lesson. The role of a soldier is not to engage directly, but to lead your own squad of entities into battle. This is what you'll be trained for. To start, let's decide who your first ward will be. Surely something left in storage to choose from. So we got Ignis Surge, Herbophiline, and Ancient. I mean, I feel like my choice here is obvious. I am kind of curious about the Ancient as well, but I gotta go with the obvious choice here. The choice is made. Let's move on to learning the basics of combat. Without these skills, your first excursion beyond the wall will end as soon as it begins. The training ground is already prepared for battle. Let's not waste time. Oh, of course they have very fitting engagement music there. Battle tutorial. Main information about the entity, name, level, type, and energy. Energy is a key parameter. It decreases when damage is taken, and if it runs out, the entity will be defeated and unable to continue fighting. Equipment and active effects affecting the entity. Hover over an item to see detailed information. Right now we have a dull ring that reduces damage from wild effects for each empty equipment slot. A massive steel ring that resonates with the echoes of ancient war gods. Neat. the entity's current stats and what affects them. There's a lot of those. To attack, select one of the available attacks. After that, the entities will exchange blows. The one with the higher speed attacks first. Some attacks are strengthened when certain conditions are met. Hover over the aspect icon for details. There's also a usage limit that restores after resting. I'll need to keep that in mind. And we attack to finish this section of the tutorial. We have a bite, which has a pain effect and an infection effect, and of course Fireball sets things on fire. Okay, there's also a miss chance to watch out for, so let's go with bite since it has a lower miss chance at the moment. I assume they'll be adding like more animation and such to these as they go. But the idle animations are already solid enough. So that tackle almost seemed like slightly base boosted, which is not ideal. Just fixing a thing again, don't mind me. Okay, just making sure it's still moving and working properly since it was being a little weird when getting it to initially load. Let's try Fireball this time. Okay, that at least has more animation to it. And he is now burning. Oh, okay. Ooh. Extra damage per type effectiveness does seem like a very good skill to have. And I do appreciate that the burn does more than just damage over time. Let's go ahead and bite again to get the other effect off on him. Just keep him negatively affected as much as possible. Okay, that just makes him slower. Well, he's dead now, so it doesn't matter. We did it! Looks like we have a team of 5, so that's good to know. And I'm assuming health probably isn't restored after a fight. Not bad for a first attempt. Let's say you got the basics down. Each victory brings combat experience. Text did a weird for a moment there. Don't know if that's intentional or not. This is the key to survival beyond the walls. As it accumulates, entities gain new abilities and traits. You'll need to monitor your squad's progress. Familiarize yourself with your companion's stats. It's crucial to understand what they're capable of at any given moment. Examine the characteristics of the entity. Okay, so he gains magic attack per level, but loses magic defense, I guess? So they've got natures in this, more or less, okay. And a persistent effect based on what he is here, so he gets just extra resistance to negative effects, which is going to be really useful. His defensive stats are kind of horrific, but, you know. Oh, okay, so he already shows you what the abilities you're gonna learn are. He gains Flash and Fire Bite. I'm assuming there's gonna be more, but that's probably just all that's within the scope of the demo. Or you might be able to, like, teach them extra things or something. Soon you'll embark on your first excursion beyond the walls, and out there, you'll have no one to rely on. It'll just be you and the curse. You'll have to deal with injuries on your own using available consumables. This time, supplies will be provided from the city reserves. However, in the future, you'll need to restock at the local shop. Saving on supplies could cost you your life, but taking too much isn't wise either. Under the influence of the abyss, provisions quickly deteriorate. Any unused leftovers will have to be discarded. That's it for the basics. Let's see what you're capable of. Head to the crossroads from where you will set out to surroundings. A walk along the wall is relatively safe, but it'll prepare you for facing real threats. To access the inventory, press the I key. The inventory allows you to change the patron and ring, select equipment, and use potions. Remember, excess consumables will have to be discarded at the end of the expedition. Yep, let's hit the road. Do the best we can. To the surroundings. Looks like enemy levels are 3. There's 9 steps. No curseds. And no long rests. Okay. Okay. And I'm assuming, yeah, it's gonna give me 2 of these and 15 gold coins, or whatever you want to call that. I'm gonna call it gold because they're golden coins. Ah, okay, so you end up with a more standard roguelike map here too. Overcome the path without falling under the onslaught of the abyss. The route is filled with random events, with many possible outcomes. Successfully overcoming them is the main aspect of survival. Usually events are not known in advance, but they can be foreseen through scouting past event outcomes or bonuses. Okay. So we got an abandoned backpack, got a cough of some kind, and endless acid swamps. Let's take the free backpack here. Among the traces of a past battle lay a backpack. Inside, along with some junk, was a warrior's diary from the neighboring village. Its pages were filled with entries about training, travels, and philosophical musings, with a reflection of the author's inner world. The discovery was not only intriguing, but also useful. Notes on the terrain will help plan the route. Outcome of events affecting your 4 key parameters. Hover over the corresponding icon to learn more about each of them. I don't know if I did the right thing because I just clicked on the first thing that was hoverable. Paths connect events, defining the route of the upcoming expedition. Each time the group overcomes a path, they're healed a little, passive recovery. Sometimes paths have additional effects. Okay, so the green paths heal you more. Abyss distortion -1 if over 7. I'm assuming they mean like 7 of these dots probably. Passive recovery doesn't work if abyss distortion. Oh no, abyss distortion is +1 if under 8. Scouting +5 on blue routes, and you can find money on yellow routes. Okay. Well, these are just white routes, so I'm assuming nothing's happening here. Let's take the question mark because there's a green route here. Actually, no, we don't need to heal because we haven't even been hurt. Let's do the cave then. From the dark depths of a nearby cave, faint pleas for help can be heard. There's nothing suspicious at the entrance, but the unnaturally dense darkness inside stirs unease. Try to help or ignore the pleas. Let's find out what's going on in here, even though it's probably a fake. Following the cries, you descend deeper. The darkness thickens until the last ray of light vanishes, and the silence is shattered by a sinister laugh. Freezing water rapidly fills the cave. With a bit of luck, you manage to find an exit, while a voice in the darkness laughs in your wake. Okay, so we took a bit of damage, but we improved our karma a little bit by being willing to help. Oh, okay, so our abyss distortion is now 7. So it keeps getting stronger. The wild effect is weakened. Passive recovery will be disabled at +10. Elite Cursed will start appearing at 15, and the disruption will happen at 20. Our karma is currently positive, and our scouting is not half bad. Okay, just double checking the volumes. Don't mind me at all. There is another abandoned backpack there. Let's position ourselves for that in case this is not favorable. Lucky Clover, the find is as rare as it is useless, yet such small things bring a sense of joy and slightly lift morale. So 1 less abyss distortion. Okay, nothing too exciting there. Oh, there we go. Oh, we did actually get an item out of the backpack thing. Inventory is divided into categories. Hover over a category label to learn more about it and how to use it. So we got scrolls that are used to catch things, consumables, which are just beneficial things, keys, void shards, rings, which our only ring is already equipped, and equipment, which is what our soldier's manual is good for. If I get rid of the ring, I could get 4 accuracy and 6 attack out of that. But I think that ring's good to have. So it looks like he's not actually equipped with that ring currently. How do I... Ah, there we go. So these... Okay. So these are just a guaranteed constant effect. These actually have to go in those 2 slots. Okay. I was confused for a second there, but it's like, we had the ring effect before. Why is it unequipped now? Okay, I can't seem to scroll the map at the moment. But that might be just tutorial issues. Let's go ahead and hit the other backpack. This does get us more Abyss Distortion, which is not great. Several hidden events are now known, though, so that's good. Same exact text as the other one. Did I get any... Oh yeah, that's just all of this information. This actually does have more information down below, though. Abyss Distortion, an indicator of the strength of the curse, the accumulation of which will lead to serious penalties and gravely complicate the path. The most stable way to reduce it is battle. Scouting, chance to find out events in advance at the next step. Karma affects the chance of occurrence of positive and negative events. The higher it is, the easier the path will be. All events slightly increase karma depending on their complexity, and only positive ones sharply reduce it. Okay, so it balances itself out, so you lose karma on good events, just so you don't keep your karma positive the whole time. Which makes a certain degree of sense. Let's go get into a fight. Oh god, it's a teddy bear. So let's see, it's got Outcast. Applies attentiveness for 2 rounds of damage by an attack of its own type. Combat ready just like we are. And it is, of course, wild. So its stats are currently reduced, which gives us an edge. You know what? A teddy bear would probably be pretty flammable. Burn. Hit nose tackle, of course. Let's just keep burning it for the moment. See if our effect stacks. No, it doesn't seem like it stacks. Okay, and if you use it, if you repeatedly use the same move, you get negative results. That makes sense. Discourage is just attack spamming. Okay, so he's got the same type as the bite we have. Which I don't know what the typings are yet. But we'll figure it out as we go. We have no means of catching anything, so no point even considering not killing it. It also hurt us a lot. Yes, I know how potions work, but sure, I guess I'll use one. Ah, okay. Spoils of War or an anything location. Oh, there we go. The arrow keys let me scroll. Okay, so the nightmare, I guess, is bosses. Either one of these gets us a box. Yeah, I'm just gonna take this one. Finding a box with military markings is not difficult. Such boxes are often left behind by hastily retreating troops. They usually contain valuables that were attempted to be salvaged from the cursed lands. It cannot be opened without a crowbar, but you can try to break it open. I mean, may as well. In a unified effort, everyone attacked the formidable opponent. Though there were some scrapes, the contents of the box are yours. So we got a little bit of money, we took a little bit of damage, and we raised our Abyss Distortion. Great. That probably wasn't worth it. Oh, it's just a calm spot. Nothing here. Nightmares. A lucid dream is an artifact of the mind, a whole reality under its control. Wandering through one of these worlds, you notice flaws disrupting the idyll. Attempts to fix anything only worsen the situation. Cracks appear, oozing with the abyss. The curse gradually takes over. We can try to regain control, or we can wake up. Let's try to wrest control back from the abyss. The attempt to regain control was unsuccessful. The darkness swallowed the dream. Waking up, you feel the curse around you, as if it is inside you. So our distortion went up by 3 and our health went down a bit. Oh, so that isn't a boss. So I guess that's just a specific effect then. The sortie is nearing its end. The area has been cleared, and the local trails are now relatively safe for horseback riding. Soon a mounted reconnaissance unit sent to survey the liberated lands caught up with you and escorted you home. We've done it. We did baby mission. Hooray. Back already and not empty-handed. I see you managed to gather some construction materials. The damaged structures in the village are in need of repairs, and your find will be very useful. Examine the local buildings, each one serves a unique purpose. You're free to decide which one to restore first, but for now, I have a task for you regarding the Archive, a repository of information about all entities we know. A recent storm caused severe damage to it, destroying most of the records. It's crucial to restore it and resume data collection. So basically, you said I'm free to pick, but you're also telling me which one I should be picking. Buildings. In Northwich, you can find various buildings that provide passive bonuses. Hover over a building to see what benefits it offers. Most buildings provide only passive bonuses, but some are interactive. For example, in the market stall, you can buy supplies, and in the archive, you can obtain information about encountered entities. Upgrades. Using materials, you can upgrade a building. When you hover over it, information about the upgrade cost and the bonuses it will bring will be displayed. If you have enough materials, hold E while selecting the desired building. So let's see, we got the blacksmith that costs 10, market stalls 5, watchtowers 13, the herbalist is 9, the abbey is 4, warehouse is 9, home is 7. The archive is the only one we can afford, so they kind of, you know, railroad you a little bit there, but that's okay. Excellent, the archive is back in operation. The book is now sitting back on its stand. Excellent. Use it when you have any questions about a specific entity. Now, let's discuss your squad. Surroundings is relatively safe, but conditions change in more remote regions. With just one companion, you won't get far. Expanding your squad is essential. The Binding Scroll is an incredible invention in humanity's last hope. It can seal and subdue an entity, stripping the curse of its control over it. It's time to demonstrate how it works. Yep, catching tutorial time. It's a cat. Okay, so plus 30% success chance there. Ow. Okay, but it gets a free hit when we try to capture. You've used a scroll and skipped your turn, but now you have a chance to take control of the wild entity after the battle. The chance is small, but you can increase it by using another scroll, and the maximum chance is only limited by its quality. Or you can simply finish the fight and hope for the best. Oh, so it's kind of like some of the Digimon games more than a Pokemon equivalent there. Because you only have a chance of getting it at the end of the fight once it's been sealed. The seal does make it weaker though, so that's good. Let's go ahead and throw a second seal on there just to be safe. It wouldn't do to fail the catching tutorial after all. But now now it has a 60% chance of joining us. It's also a pretty potent creature, so I definitely want it on my side here. It's down, let's see if it joins me. Yep, there we go. Sealing ritual succeeded. That might have been a guaranteed success, though, for all I know. The briefing is over, but there's still much for you to learn. I will send you to assist the seasoned fighters. It's a great opportunity to gain experience. Have you heard of Levy, the commander of the Reconnaissance Corps? He hasn't returned from his last mission. Missing soldiers are a common occurrence, but Levy is a master of his craft and couldn't have fallen on such a simple task. We need to find out what happened to him. It's likely that a new unknown threat has emerged in the area. His last mission took place somewhere in the depths of the Great Forest. Several search parties have already been sent there, but you are tasked with surveying its outskirts. Head out immediately. Time is working against us. First into battle. The squad is growing. You can now change the battle order. The first in the list will start the fight. You're a lower level, so let's go ahead and send you out first so that you get some experience. Okay, so this... Oh, so the stall and things is actually already up and running. I can just make them better. That's why they cost so much more. That makes a lot of sense. Medical kit. There goes another bot. Immune to burn, poison, and infection effects. Passive recovery plus 1%. That's neat, but nothing I need to immediately be buying, I don't think. Can only be used during the hunger event. That's unfortunate. Let's go and snag ourselves a potion before we head out. Blacksmiths will craft a special item. Okay, so this is open, but the other ones, I guess, aren't yet. Or I should say these aren't interactive, probably. I don't know. There's a little bit of clarity that can be added there, but obviously there's not going to be huge clarity yet because it's a demo. So Ignis Surge is very rare. Its biomes are steppe, desert, and darkness. The teddy bear is, of course, common because we've seen them pretty commonly already. Forest and mountains is where they live. Wow, soft paws are apparently incredibly common. They live basically everywhere. Luminous grubs live forests, steppes, and taigas and swamps. That's all we've seen so far. Oh, there's a soul vault over here, which is our storage. Okay, we're gonna want to get that built next, probably. I don't know how many. Well, we know how many entities we're allowed to keep. I already replenished the only supply I could, really. So we could go back to surroundings, or we could go do our job. There is a cursed running around. Or, I don't know if that's how many cursed there are, and I would assume it's one cursed with a team size of 1, is what it's trying to tell me. So basically, like, trainer battles are present there. And they're at our they're below our level, so that should be fine. I don't see any reason why that would be a problem. And because of the nature of this game, that's why this section's running longer, in case people are like, why is this one getting more than half an hour? All of these run like half an hour to an hour. Some of them might even run longer because it needs a lot in order for it to actually show what the game is enough. So we got a dump or one of 2 fights. Since there's a recovery on this path here, I'm gonna go ahead and do the fight that's at the bottom. We found a slug called Sticky. So yeah, you just have bite and precision strike. You'll gain some other moves later. Yeah, and you have no equipment either. Oh, may as well just open with a bite. Yeah, it is probably for the best that Softpaw is the one who does this fight, considering this thing's fire-based. Wouldn't really benefit us to use fire against fire. Do I want this thing? Nah. I'm not gonna rush grabbing more creatures. Even though it couldn't hurt to have more bodies to spend. Okay, something in there was making a pretty loud sound. It's probably the attack sounds. I just looked at the tracker again and realized that it is a little loud. So I'll just bump the regular volume down a bit more and just push music up slightly and see how that plays. Probably the super bassy attack sounds, though, that were going up into the yellow. A swarthy ray of hope dispels darkness and lights the way. Lighthouse. With the arrival of the Abyss, lighthouses are now built not only along the coast, but also inland to mark safe routes. Before you stands one of these structures. Its shattered door yawns open, as if inviting you to enter. Inside, you find a dormant control terminal and a frail yet functional flashlight. I have a bad feeling about powering this thing up considering the door's broken, but I don't know how much the flashlight's really gonna help, so let's power it up. The lighthouse, its light long extinguished, flares to life once more, powered by the flashlight's batteries. Its blinding beam slices through the impenetrable darkness, illuminating the surrounding lands. The charge lasts only for a brief moment, but it is enough to memorize the details of the path ahead. And we got some karma out of that, too. I don't know what shocked face means for karma yet. We got symptoms, we've got a fight up there and a mystery here. Let's go ahead and do the fight because we can get the recovery before it, and then we'll go this way and go around those symptoms because I have a feeling that those symptoms are bad. You know what? This thing's interesting. Oh, normal type abilities are ineffective. I don't know what types are what yet, but I have a bad feeling that what I'm using is going to be normal. But first, let's seal it. We're going to double seal here. It's going to mean the soft paw is going to take some extra damage, but this thing doesn't hit very hard. Okay, so that's what... So his attacks are normal as expected. Each combat move and entity has its own type, ground, water, etc. Each type has one strength and one weakness. For example, water attacks deal extra damage to fire type entities, but water entities are vulnerable to electricity type attacks. The entity type also affects certain effects. Fire creatures cannot catch fire, and ghosts cannot be frightened, etc. You can view the hint again by holding down control. How do I tell? Yeah, because like he's normal. Or at least I'm assuming. Well, no, that might not mean anything either. But at the very least, we may as well switch out. Yeah, they do get to attack as expected. But at the very least, Fireball should be more effective. Bite's gonna be ineffective on every other turn, but it'll be fine. Or, you know, we can just get a crit. And the 60% was a failure. Rip weird egg thing. We'll go this way. Oh, it's another abandoned backpack. Okay. A monocle or a mystery. I'm curious why a monocle is an event type. Monocle, a trace of mysterious events, a hastily drawn pentagram with a neatly arranged suit placed at its center. Upon conducting a brief investigation, you examined the items and found a beautifully preserved monocle, but nothing else of interest. The mystery remains unsolved, but the find is quite useful. So we gained 8 more scouting from having a monocle. Okay. I do really like the art at the bottom here as well, in case people really haven't been looking at it. It's all real good pencil work. Might not actually be pencil work, but you get the point of what I'm trying to say with that well enough. I mean, I would assume the berry bush has either a chance to be bad for me or to be helpful, but oh, everywhere is hunger. I was gonna say maybe I shouldn't go that way because of the hunger there, but there's hunger here too. Maybe the berries will give me supplies though. Ooh, that doesn't look good. Berry bush. The bush with large purple berries was too tempting to pass by. Each berry felt like a drop of nectar with an unexpectedly delicate, previously unknown taste. But the idyll was shattered by the abyss's whisper in your mind. This time it was different, louder, clearer, and far more insistent. The corruption seeped into your body along with the berries that grew on cursed land. Yeah, that's about what I expected from berries in Spooky Land. Just all bad for you. that's just all bad across the board. Oh, there's a beehive. For a while, you managed to ignore the body's cravings, but now all thoughts are only of food. With each step, your body groans louder from hunger, demanding sustenance, but there isn't even a piece of bread in your bag. The body's suffering continues, and your mind endlessly berates itself for the saved coins spent on provisions. Oh, that's what it meant when it was yelling at me about supplies. I didn't consider the fact that you were going to actively need food. I thought the bread item was just to get a benefit from these events, not to avoid a negative. That does make sense, though. Hindsight is 20/20, after all. So we've just got a random entity, but we've also got an entity dwelling. I'm too curious, so let's go find out what the dwelling is all about. Hive. On the side of the road stands a strange structure made from trash and slime. Overcoming your disgust, you decide to enter in hopes of finding something valuable. Your intuition proves correct. Inside you do find a few coins, but unfortunately the home also had an occupant. Alternative outcome, no lockpick. There was likely something valuable in the locked compartments. So we got a muzzle, which reduces damage when damage taken from entities with the wild effect. There's a typo there, that's supposed to be calm. Oh, so we were getting a fight either way. Kind of expected as much. Ooh, unicorn, huh? Okay. Oh, I did not realize I had a limited quantity of scrolls. I should have looked at my inventory at some point. That's on me. You're also getting a little low on attacks. But you may as well open the fight. I was gonna try to catch this too, but the fact that I used my only 2 scrolls and botched the catch is unfortunate, to say the least. You should be able to finish the fight with the attacks you have left. And then we'll just switch you out. Just gonna have to hope that I don't need to switch him back in at any point, because he's only gonna have 1 attack left to make, but he also has no health to speak of anymore. But he did gain the level like I wanted him to. So that all worked out according to my plan. Guardians, created by outstanding engineering minds, this is one of the attempts to halt the Abyss at an early stage of its spread. These metal warriors are capable of detecting even the slightest presence of the Abyss and immediately addressing it. However, over time, echoes of the Abyss began to manifest in every living being, and the Guardians lost their ability to distinguish their true targets. Ooh. So we got an injury, which reduces all healing. The distortion got stronger, and we lose a bunch of health. Rude. And of course, the second I switched Ignisurge in, he gets injured. Of course. And now we have to fight a Cursed. And then we'll find Levy. And our karma's okay. Cursed. Death is the best fate for those who have fallen victim to the curse. For those less fortunate, the destiny is to become cursed, a lifeless puppet of darkness. Unaware of hunger or fatigue, these loyal servants of the Abyss spread corruption across the world and will go to any lengths to protect it. Bring it on. Battle against humans. Wild entities are not the only danger in this world. Sometimes you'll have to face hostile humans who have their own team of entities. Entities with a master do not suffer from the wild debuff and benefit from equipment bonuses, making them dangerous opponents. Okay, so they've got gloves, which give them more defense. They would also get stronger if they get a weapon. Okay. Extra critical power, but lowered speed. Okay. You are the only one on the team, so don't need to worry about Avenger. You take less critical hit damage, and normal attacks are ineffective. Well, it's a good thing I saved my fire attacks, huh? Not that I have a ton of attacks, but it should be enough for this fight. Yeah, because this thing's not as tough as it looks. Ah, you missed. Try again, dum-dum. Get cooked. And this fight's over. Easy. Then again, he was like nearly half our level. So I don't think we were ever in any real danger. Just a couple kilometers from the shelter on the very edge of the Great Forest, you find Levy. Black, festering sores, labored breathing, and chaotic convulsions. He can neither stand nor focus his gaze. These are clear signs of the advanced stages of infection. His mind has completely succumbed to the abyss, and there's no way to help him now. All that remains is to look around and report back to the commander. No clues. Where and how the abyss overcame Levy remains a mystery. However, your attention is drawn to the absence of his belongings. Monsters have no use for them, which means he discarded them himself. It seems Levy knew his time was running out and tried to lighten his burden while desperately attempting to reach the village. Yet he still clutched a few blood-stained scraps of paper, the only thing he couldn't let go of. Staying here any longer is too dangerous. Carefully prying the sheets from his weakened fingers, you quickly continue on your way. And we have, of course, gotten out of there. Levy, one of the best fighters in our ranks, his death is a heavy loss. The papers he tried so hard to deliver are scribbled with nonsense. At first glance, it's just trash, but I'm sure Levy wouldn't risk it for no reason. It will take time to decipher these notes. You can be free until further notice. Alright. Which I assume is go do a run without any guidance, pretty much, and then come back afterwards. We may as well restore the Soul's Vault. Oh, right, hold E. So we can already store things, so maybe I don't do that. Maybe I save it for, like, the Abbey or something. Or improve the market stall, because reducing prices does sound like an incredibly good idea. And let's purchase a decent amount of scrolls this time. And some bread, now that I know that that's actually important. I would have loved to have brought the lockpicks, but unfortunately I need scrolls too badly in order to be able to split the money that way. Just checking something right quick. Okay. Wanted to make sure everything was still working appropriately. Yeah, I think I'll just hang on to the wood for now. Yep, let's hit the road. Oh, there's a new area, though. The actual Great Forest itself, which still only has one cursed. But the enemies are higher level. And we get a Haku horn. Sure, you know what? Let's risk it. We're not keeping this reality most likely anyway. Though I'm interested in picking this one up as well. So far, we've been hitting all positive notes so far. Like, it definitely could do with some cleanup, but it's solid enough so far. I don't know why they had such a heavy warning about balance immediately, because it all seems fine at the moment. But obviously, this is still the baby areas. The balance issues may be in the future. Let's go ahead and get into a fight straight away, though. See if we can catch something interesting. It's a spider. I mean, I'll try. I'm not gonna throw a lot at this one, because I don't know if I want to keep something like this around. But I may as well give it a go. Ignore stat reduction from effects except wild. Deals extra damage to type effectiveness. I mean, maybe I should. Okay, yeah, so Ignis Surge is fire type, and this is a ghost type. Okay. We just conveniently, when I actually happened to look up there before, had a normal on normal matchup, so it didn't mean anything. So abilities can also impact that too, then, which makes sense. down he goes, and we have a 30% chance. Nope, failed ritual. That's fine. So we got nightmares or a mystery. The nightmares didn't do anything even remotely positive for us before, so let's take the mystery. Oh, that's upsetting to look at immediately. Dark thoughts. The expedition progresses without any incidents requiring attention. The oppressive silence grows heavier with each passing moment. Trying to dispel the boredom, you dive into thoughts. However, it's hard to set your mind into a positive mood when the atmosphere of decay surrounds you. All that fills your mind are images of ruin and nightmares. It worsens our karma and gave me some abyss. Great. Maybe I should have actually went to the nightmare after all. That would have been an improvement. Dump. The garbage heaps are echoes of humanity's bygone way of life. Often still useful items can be found here if you search carefully. Well, let's all look together. Sending someone alone is probably a bad idea. It was an incredibly unpleasant and dangerous task. Most of the trash had turned into a sticky mass due to rain and time, making it difficult to extract individual items. Most valuable things had long been scavenged, but with some effort, you managed to find something useful. So we got a bit of scrap and some money. It is a little upsetting how everything drains health. Let's go ahead and swap you two around since you're under 100 now. And you're also level 8, so I want to get the other one caught up. Let's see if we can catch something else as well while we're here. Okay, it's another ghost hunter. Let's actually try a little harder to catch this one, perhaps. I bought, what, 4 scrolls, something like that? Maybe I don't overcommit then. Even though this is gonna lead to a likely failure again if I don't. Yeah, fuck it. It might be important to have more type coverage. Though I am sacrificing a lot of health doing a double seal. Yeah, this thing actually hurts quite a bit. Oh, let me guess. Madness is... I don't know what madness is. I'm assuming the madness effect was like a paralysis type deal and it disappeared immediately. Though, wow, fear hurts a lot too. This thing's nasty. I'm glad I'm putting forth a harder effort to catching this. So I may have to actually switch mid-fight here. Because I don't know what happens when somebody goes down, but I'd really rather not find out if I can help it. Now he can weather one more hit. He'll be fine. Come on, actually have a successful seal, please. Wow, 60% and still failed. Yay! So glad I wasted the scrolls on that. Of which we have 1 left. Yep, that's been going great. So anyway, about that whole swapping thing we did, just gonna go ahead and swap you back. And here, have damage reduction against wild. I should have put that on somebody sooner, but, well, I forgot. So we're not in a great spot right now. This is suddenly going horribly wrong. And we've got a lot of walking to do still, so we gotta find a heal somewhere. I have a potion, but I'm saving that. There is the hunger event, which we can use the bread we have with. So I guess we'll head that way and hope that something good happens. Carnival fairies. The first sparks lit up in the air, and soon a whole swarm of fireflies whirled around. They glided smoothly through the darkness, leaving behind a soft glow as if the night sky had come to life. Among them, one clearly stood out, larger than the others. It shone with a warm golden light like a tiny star. Let's see what happens if we catch the special one. A single swift movement was enough to trap the special firefly in a jar. The others immediately halted their dance of light and scattered in all directions. Darkness engulfs everything around, but inside the jar, a source of blessed power can be felt. Ooh, so the next random path is cursed. A random undefeated entity receives Seal of Flourishing. And we got cursed a bit more. Good. Good. So we actually got a benefit there. A seal is a permanent effect applied to an entity as a result of certain events. There are two types of seals, empowering and weakening. An entity can only have one seal at a time. If an opposing seal is applied to an entity with an existing one, they cancel each other out. So we got blessed, basically. So 10% damage reduction and better healing. So that's actually really good. We kind of needed that. Oh, Bastet, huh? I'm curious, but let's go to the hunger event while we have food. Fortunately, there is some provision in the backpack, so you can afford a snack. On the other hand, the supplies aren't that plentiful, so it might be wise to save them for harder times. Nah, we eatin'. Your body is full of energy and your mind rejoices, savoring the simplest joy of life. 10% health increase is actually worth it, because it brought Softpaw back into a functional form. Not a great form, but at least a functional one. Orange Path is Abyss Distortion -1. But we're at 7 right now, so I don't know if 7 counts for the -1 or not. We'll go that way anyway, because worst case, we just go the other way instead. Lamp. A worn old oil lamp juts out from the ground. Brushing off a layer of dirt, you awaken it from its ancient slumber. The lamp vibrates and a thick blue smoke begins to seep from within, swiftly taking the shape of a human figure. A light, ethereal voice whispers, "What is your wish?" Wealth, wisdom, insight, or expulsion of the abyss. I don't think expulsion of the abyss is what I'm going to want to ask for, because that's probably just going to reduce the abyss distortion in here right now, and that's not that important. Insight will probably boost my scouting or give me experience. Wealth would just be money, presumably. Wisdom has also decent odds of being scouting or experience. So, eeny, meeny, miny, this one. Granted. The spirit vanished into the lamp and no longer responded to your call. +2 Abyss Distortion -5 Scouting. The least experienced entity received 20% of the maximum energy and 30% of the experience required to reach the next level. Ooh, so lost health but gained experience. Okay. You know what? That's fine. Damn genies and their catches within catches within catches. There is still one more entity to try to snag that we can immediately tell. We are now guaranteed over 7 in distortion as well, so let's take the -1 and try to catch something. Of course it's another ghost hunter spider. Well, I'm sealing it anyway, or at least trying. Because we really do need a third body. But we're gonna be in rough shape when we get to the cursed. So we better hope that his team really sucks. Which it's only gonna be a team of 1, so we've got that going for us, but it's gonna be awkward. Thankfully, Pokemon logic seems to hold true that our starter is very powerful compared to everything. Sealing ritual failed. Every single scroll we had failed. Great. Now we could get a lucky clover, so that's good. We already know what that does, and it doesn't do a lot, so let's gamble on the other one. Ooh. Symptoms. The influence of the abyss is a true test of the body. Nausea, headaches, and aches are common occurrences in these cursed lands. Lose even more health. Hooray! Ooh. Mithril flower, a miracle of nature with metal roots. Or we could get a slight heal on the path in the other direction. I need to know what this mithril flower is all about. A unique marvel of nature with roots made of pure mithril, a metal renowned for its strength. This is a valuable find, but is it worth destroying such a rare flower for personal gain? Oh, this is one of those trick things, isn't it? Where if I take it, something bad happens, but if I leave it alone, I'm gonna get something good. But it's probably worth having. I'm taking it. The flower will die anyway, and gold is always useful. So we gained 9 gold, but we get a seal of decline, which is put on Softpaw. So aspects don't work, and he takes 10% more damage. I'm glad he's just kind of rotting in the back rank for that. Go ahead and heal Ignis Surge to give him the best odds of winning this fight that he can have. Let's do this. We're just about at time, but I'll at least finish this stage off. So, Cacao got Attentiveness. It's got a boost from the ring. It's got a lot of boosts. None of them stand out as anything that matters to me. My attack count is my biggest concern here, but we'll just make do as best we can. I am doing a decent amount of damage, so we should be fine. And this fight will probably end right about in time for the ads, so this will be perfect. No, don't hack my mind. Let me hack you to pieces instead. There we go. We got a high roll, so he just dropped immediately. I wonder if you can seal cursed enemies. These critters. Probably not. Got the horn, did all the things. We actually got a lot of wood out of that. We'll go ahead and read this off, and then I'll switch games. Levy has forever etched his name into the history of our victory. The records he found turned out to be fragments of a very intriguing diary. The author struggled to write and often loses their train of thought, but with careful analysis, a few sentences began to make sense. The records mention the peculiarities of the Abyss, and the diary owner clearly knows far more about the curse than we do. Most importantly, the records were written very recently, which means their author is likely still alive. For the first time, we have a chance to learn more about the nature of the Blight. We must find this person. I don't want to make this public until I understand what we're dealing with. For now, only we know about this, which is why I want you to follow Levy's trail and find the diary's owner. His last expedition took place in Oblivion, a thorny section of the swamps at the border of the Great Forest. Follow his route and track down the diary's author, and try not to share Levy's fate. With that said, though, it's time for the next game. So, pop out of that. There is your prompt to Wishlist Voidsayer. Other than me being a little annoyed about the fact that none of my scrolls worked, that game's pretty good. Good potential in there. Just gonna take me a hot minute to switch games again. But yeah, so far three good games. Can't say they're all bangers, but they're all solid. Yeah, we'll just keep going in order and do that one next. Oh, that's labeled. Gives away what I'm going to be playing next, but it probably has zero context for y'all anyway. So it more or less doesn't matter. If you do know what it is, well then get excited because you're going to see something you wanted to see probably. Otherwise, it's fine. There we go. That's all updated. This is another one I haven't booted yet, so I'm gonna go ahead and kill audio for a second so that y'all don't get deafened if it does happen to be loud. So this is one I don't anticipate having loud music or anything. Yeah, that's not that bad. Go ahead and adjust my settings right quick. Yeah, it is up there a little bit, but not like crazy. So we'll just pull those back a little bit. Yeah, that's already fine. There we go, grab that, do this. There we go. Perfectly in time for the ad break once again. Yeah, apply the changes I made. There's a classic thank you for playing the demo. Let's have a look at this progress tree before I do anything else. So we get towns, exploited lands, fortified farms. Yeah, a lot of this means nothing to me either because I've not touched this one at all. But it looked really interesting, so I was like, you know what, we're gonna toss that on the pile. And this one actually mentions a release time. 5/5/2025. So that's just under 3 months from now. Let's start a new run. We'll stay on normal. Actually, yeah, let's do the tutorial. This is probably gonna be another one that I'll let run for an hour. Your duchy is under attack. In Drop Duchy, you'll need to progress through the map in order to reach and defeat 3 mighty bosses. During each act, you'll collect resources, upgrade your deck, and prepare your strategy to overcome the region's boss. Pay attention to your defense. If it reaches 0, you'll lose the run and must restart. We'll see later how you can gain and lose defense. Locations. To start your journey, select the first location. It's a peaceful region. No enemies here. Focus on resources. Alright. Let's go. Gameplay basics. Each round, pieces will come in a random order and you'll have to place them on the grid. Buildings collect resources if you can respect their activation rules, so try to gain as much as you can. When you complete a line, you trigger an exploration. Each terrain on this line will grant you resources. If you complete several lines at once, you'll gain even more resources. So it's City Builder Tetris. Huh, okay. Here's the list of controls and actions. Okay, so I rotate with keyboard. That's a little bit weird, but I'll get a handle for it probably. Thankfully, I have complete control over the fall speed. It doesn't like fall automatically or anything. I love unique concepts like this, though. I've never seen anything quite like this one before. Like, obviously, there's a bit of Tetris 2 city building to begin with connecting all of your pieces in a concise and condensed form in order to save all the space you need to. But I've never seen it taken quite so literally before. That's the kicker on this one, I would say. Since that changes all adjacent... Oh, but I think this was the wrong type. I think I needed the type on the other thing there. The next tile you see in order, past the one I'm placing now. Let's go ahead and reserve this one. So I want to see if I'm right. So it may be an order of operations issue there anyway. Nope, it activates. Okay, so I was right. I need no trees, basically. But I have screwed up because I can't place that to finish that line, but that's okay. We have a line piece coming. I both like and don't like the cranking noise as these are placing. I feel like that could easily outstay its welcome over time. Oh good, I can hold the button in instant place though. There we go. Triple exploration, which gets us a ton of resources. I'm no expert at Tetris. I want to make sure people understand that. But I'm not a fool when it comes to Tetris either. I do have a decent idea what I'm doing. Okay, so that'll clear a bunch of trees. I think, like, right here might actually be the most efficient spot to put it. Mind you, this is most efficient in terms of its activation, not necessarily most efficient in terms of the layout. Oh, I need the other end of the line piece, or the L block, not this one. I'm gonna put this one in a kind of goofy spot and we'll fix it later. Trigger another exploration. Can I, like, scoot you in there? I can. Excellent. Okay. That solves my problem. Looks like we're running out of pieces now. We'll get another multi-exploration, and that's gonna unfortunately be the extent of the explorations we're gonna get. I don't know if that's a good amount of resources in this game or not, but I'm happy with getting that. Round reward. After each round, you can select a new random card to add to your deck. Choose strategically and try to find powerful combos. Each card has rules explaining how they activate. Hover over the card to read the explanation on specific terms. In the upper right corner, you can see the cards are level 1. Their effect will get better if you upgrade them. See the upgrade cost in the upper left corner. Okay. So let's see, we got a lumber camp which harvests 2 from each connected forest, which could actually be a lot of forest because we had like half a board of forests when our other lumbering device popped up. So that could actually be incredible, but we need like grain or such. Yeah, food is what we would need to upgrade that. Same with this one. This needs food and money. We have no money yet. Turn each plane into a forest and gain 2 defense. It's within range 2. Each square counts as a field that gains 20 food when explored, though. That's pretty good. But I think I'm going to take the lumber camp because that's just so powerful. If I'm understanding it right. And just slam our banner down. That's pretty great. I actually appreciate that. Visit this menu often to check your current deck and the resources you should prioritize next. Select a card to upgrade it with your resources or to sell it. Okay, so you can actually upgrade it at any time, so that's good. And we look at what the upgrade does. Use your resources to improve the card's effect. Choose wisely, you won't be able to upgrade all of them. Joke's on you, I'll find a way to upgrade everything. Selling. If you don't need a card anymore, you can always sell it and gain a compensation. So let's see, that increases the range to range 2 for the farm. That's probably worth it because we do need more food and fields do seem useful. And that'll go up to range 3 when you upgrade it again. Okay. This one... doubles the amount of wood it's worth. That's good. And ditto with the lumber camp. The lumber camp really just seems like a better wood clearer. But also... The loss on it, though, is you don't turn the forests into plains to get food as well in the future. So we'll keep both because they have separate benefits. And of course, we can visit the building guild here. Select a random military building card. Military buildings give you troops to fight against the enemy. Pay attention to the unit type. Each type has strengths as well as weaknesses, depending on the type of units they're facing. Ah, so this is the junk block equivalent, I presume, for when we're facing off against enemies. So you have the Watchtower. Range 2, recruit 1 archer for each plane and 3 archer for each field in range. Rally point. Recruit 3 axes for each adjacent plane or field. 5 if adjacent to at least 6 planes or fields. And... recruit 3 archers for each connected forest piece. I think I actually want the ranger base. Because again, each connected something can be huge. Upcoming battle. Enemies ahead. The upcoming regions have enemies, so prepare your military buildings and select the region with terrains that best suit your deck. Well, this has majority forest, so this is better for us. We have no resources to upgrade that military building with, so we're kind of SOL on that one. Before each round, you'll need to select which buildings you'd like to use. Take time to observe the specifics of this location and maybe upgrade some of your cards accordingly. Here you can see the types of terrains that we've randomly shuffled with the building cards. And here are the enemies. Take a look at the activation effects that'll make things easier in the heat of action. Select your buildings here. Watch out, you've got a limited number of slots and not all buildings work on all terrains. It's also a good idea to select military buildings that counter the enemy if possible. To make your life easier, you may spend your resources to unlock more slots for the rest of this run. So let's go ahead and grab the other slot because I think then we can actually bring all of our cards. Yes, we can. So that'll make our life easier there. Let's see. So they get 3 swords for each forest, and they turn each forest into plains. And then, of course, they have their own ranger base, which is going to be hella dangerous for us. And, oh, that's bad news. Swords beat bows, apparently. So, we've chosen poorly. At least if they get a bunch of swords. Oh, no sense crying over spilt milk. Let's go. Okay, their building came out like immediately though, which means they're not getting any archers. Enemy buildings recruit units too, so place them in a way that minimizes their effect. At the end of the round, you'll solve the battle by devising an attack plan. Okay, so it's a little bit more complicated than junk blocks then. But thankfully, this is just gonna be Bupkis other than its garrison. So we'll just dump them over there. It may still activate when I put my forests near it, though. So let's go ahead and just put some there. Yeah, so they gained 3. Reserve the ranger base so that I can get more trees to outdo their numbers. Because we only have 1 military base and they have 2. Oh, okay, so even after the fact that'll activate. That's upsetting. Yeah, so they just keep gaining. Let's get our own rangers in play now, then. This way we at least equalize there, and we can provide some separation, because that won't be connected to their ranger base. Let's go ahead and turn some of these into fields, specifically near theirs, because that should disrupt the connection. Oh wait, no, that's the wrong thing. I wanted the wood clearer for that job. Oh, I've fucked it now. Thankfully, we have a lead on how many archers there are, so we are still winning out on that. Just not how I had intended. Okay, good. Those do immediately flip the fields like I'd hoped. Perfect. Let's go ahead and jam the lumber camp in here, because that fills the space nicely and gets us a ton of wood, as well as the exploration. Another line explored, and that doesn't trigger their thing. Excellent. We can just dump them over here where they get nothing. So they just have their 10 swordsmen. I want to keep the forest placements useful, so let's just put this here. Gets me another field. Ew. Oh, fine, we'll just leave a hole there. It's just gonna have to be what it'll be on that one. This way we can get some more lines and get some more archers. I don't like this at all. This is my only real choice. The good news is I can connect this for the square I have to it as well. Except it won't let me use it. I don't know why you can't use your reserve piece if you don't use it last. I mean, if you do use it last, rather. Battle starts. Now that all troops are in place, it's time to fight. Select groups in the order you want and confirm the sequence once everyone is in it. When two groups of the same side combine, they add their forces. The new group's type is the type of the larger group. If both are the same size, the type is that of the designation's group. When two groups of opposite camps fight, they subtract their forces. Pay close attention to the strengths and weaknesses diagram. Each type is better against a certain other type. In a favorable fight, the advantaged group has 50% extra strength, allowing them to defeat a higher number of troops. So I want to fight their swordsman first, then. Get their strength out of the way. It's not going to be great no matter how you look at it. But that's the best odds I've got. Is if I weaken myself fighting these guys first, this is going to go worse. Yeah, because this ends up an equal fight, and it perfectly works out. Battle 1. After the battle, you lose defense points for each enemy left on the grid. If you're the one with units left, you receive bonus gold instead. Or, in this case, we equalized out and we received nothing. Yay for basic mathematics. We get goodies, and we just carry on. So we've got our own wooden fortress, which we've seen already. Fortified farm, which turns all plains within its range into a field, but comes with a garrison of 5. And the training camp, which sends 8 shields to each adjacent allied building. That is actually really useful. Because the thing is, the training camp has great future potential. It would be good to have the fortified farm to have the axemen to fight the swordsmen that are going to be better against our archers in the future is the thing. But I'm gonna future-proof and take the training camp. We'll just need other camps to make that useful in the future is the only problem. We can afford to upgrade the farm again if I want to. But I'm not sure I really want to, because everything I have works with forests except the farm. So I feel like the farm is kind of the outlier at the moment. So let's just go for it. Now that you've learned the combat, here's your final test. On this grid, there are more enemies, so try to recruit as many units as possible. That'll make your life easier during the combat planning phase. So they've got 2 things for archers, 1 thing for axes, and 1 thing for swords. Okay. Well, at the very least, I want to bring the training camp to help myself out here. But my deck does work together well enough, so let's go ahead and just open up the slot so I can bring it. I just gotta be careful what order things happen to land in, as it may bite me. Okay, we can at least get rid of their strategic pavilion. Use the reserve to temporarily set aside a piece and bring it back later. Be careful though, at the end of the round, the piece left in reserve will be discarded. If you're not sure of your army's strength, it's best to leave an enemy in reserve at the end of the round. Well, the thing is, I can just kind of ditch this one down here. They only get 5 troops from it, so it's not the worst thing to have. And there's no adjacency bonus for it. Though it is each adjacent military building at all, so mine will count for it too, so I need to make sure not to place myself adjacent to them. But thankfully, that's easily avoided. Let's go ahead and reserve our ranger base for the second. Let's go ahead and get this blocked off so I don't have to worry about it. How does your rally point work? Recruit 3 for each adjacent plain or field. Okay. So let's just put them into reserve. Yes. Okay, if you wait too long, they do start to move on their own as well, so I need to watch out for that. There we go. We get the troops, and then we'll wood clear this spot. I need to leave room for the training camp. So let's go ahead and put a bit of a weird one there. We'll send 8 more dudes to that. I know the layout in here is kind of janky, but just bear with me. I can make it work since it doesn't auto-move. I have much more control than you might think in a situation like this. Okay, the farm's actually going to be able to do some good work here. Or sort of. Not as good as I would like because I can't stick it upward. But this will still do some good work. We can just ditch that up here so it does nothing. There's so many planes is the biggest problem we're having right now. So I can't get as many archers as I would like. Nor am I going to get as much out of my lumber camp as I would hope. But I'm actually going to... No, I can't do that. I can try to do a clever thing here. I don't know if it'll let me do this. Nope, wrong button. I meant to spin, but I keep thinking E will spin when it doesn't. Yes, it works. This way we get as jammed in there as possible. Right now we have a massive numerics advantage, at least. There's the rest of the forests. This is not as Tetrised as I would like it to be, but we can wedge this guy up here so it's away from everything and just keep gaining more troops since the forest is still connected. That'll leave the forest still connected as well. We just lose one line, and I'm not gonna be able to preserve that line in any good way with what I have available. Not without giving them more troops. Not that I have to worry that much about that at this point, but the more gold I can gain, the better. Yeah, that did give them one bit of extra force, which is upsetting, but it is what it is. And then we just drop that there. Alright, so swordsmen beat archers, so I can send these guys over here and they should win just fine. Then we send our archers to fight all of this, and that should be just crushed without any major ordeals. Yeah, one guy got left over out of that. If there was a way to do so, I would have converted that whole stack to swordsmen, because that would have just devastated everything since I kept their axemen out of the fight. But there really wasn't a way to do that. Not that I could tell. And at least we finally made money. Well done! You've completed Drop Up Duchy's tutorial. You're now ready to start your first run and try to beat the game. I'll probably just let this run play out whatever length it ends up being. So I don't know how long a run of this actually ends up being. So we have the Duchy, the Republic, and the Order. But these two aren't available in the demo. And we can't modify anything too much, it looks like. At least we start with a watchtower, so that'll be useful. And I can obviously afford to tank a little bit of damage. I'm just going to try to avoid it as much as I can. Progress tree, missions menu. So we got a peaceful region that's mostly plains and a little bit of trees. Peaceful region that's 50-50, and a peaceful region that's mostly trees and a little bit of plains. We have a farm and a wood clearer, so arguably I'd actually want one that's 50-50. Because we convert the forest into plains and then the plains into fields. Ideally. The one that's more heavily plains is less likely to work out for us at the moment, on the basis of timing potentially going bad. One thing I would say is I want this game to have mouse controls. Because this feels like a perfect game to have mouse controls for, so you can just kind of sit back and play it. So there's probably like controller or controls for it as well. Don't really need this watchtower, but I may as well plonk it down because the troops will still give me gold. Go ahead and fill this space in. Because we can at least get a good bit of exploration bonuses going here. But that does lock the watchtower in, unfortunately. So we're only going to get a little bit of gold. But that's okay. A little bit of gold is still better than no gold. Put you away for the moment so I can chuck that up there. There we go. That'll work out decently. Is I can plop this on top of that. Perfect. We have a nice amount of planes just hanging around waiting for that farm to show up. Yeah, it's an interesting one, Jay. How you been? It's city building Tetris, which is, like I was saying earlier, not something I've ever seen before. And so far things are going all right. I'm a little sleepy today because I woke up a couple times last night, but other than that, all is good here. Yeah, you were playing that, like, robot ant game today, right? I thought I saw you mention that. And I actually had that on my to-do list till I realized that the next fest started today. But how was that game, anyway? Yeah, that's about as expected for a game about controlling robot ants. It's gonna be a real good time for weird games, though. Okay, good, because I was a little worried that it was gonna be a little light looking at it. Reroll rewards. You can spend resources to change the reward cards. The price increases every time you use it. Well, I don't have the money to use it, so that's not relevant. I could start getting taxes. I did see that, but I also saw that it was out before the next fest, so I did not put it in the next fest pile. But I am absolutely looking forward to it coming out. I think I want the orchard, actually, because I get both food and wood from it, and I have plenty of production buildings. I just gotta be careful not to take too many production buildings and no military buildings. Do I want to make the wood clearer better? All it does is... well, that's not an all it does, to be fair. Doubling the amount of wood it gets is good, but I think I'll hold for now. Because we get a building card here anyway. Production or military? Let's grab a military for safety. We've seen the wooden fortress and the ranger base. Hunting lodge. Recruit 1 axe and harvest 3 food for each connected forest piece. Yes. Yes, actually. 100%. Obtain bonus gold or obtain bonus food. Well, we're really gold poor, so let's take the gold. Ooh, I could give up some of my defense for more gold. Sure, you know what? Fine. Avoid combat. You'll often have several paths ahead, sometimes allowing you to avoid combat, and have a bonus peaceful round. Watch out, when you avoid a combat, the boss gains additional units. Okay, since I went the path that doesn't have a fight, the boss is gonna get 10 more units. That's honestly fine. We can upgrade the orchard. Yeah, that's worth upgrading. 50 of each resource is huge. Huge based on current experience. I would like to get enough wood to upgrade the lodge so I can get more units. And we're gonna have a peaceful round at least, so I don't have to worry too much here. And this is what I was building up food for, so I could make space to have all of my cards at once. Because that allows us to place more tiles. Yeah, that shape is probably the best I can do there. We'll just build up a nice flat starting point here. kind of square off some of this. Yeah, this game's not remarkably exciting, much in a similar way to Tetris not being that exciting. But used properly, you can definitely make some wild nonsense occur. Let's reserve our hunting lodge for the second. I want to see... Yes, I can be cheeky with the farm and jam it into that open square. There we go. Get us a bunch of fields and fill out that spot perfectly. Chuck this down there. Now we have a slight problem. Because no matter how I place this orchard in relation to the farm, it won't fit without leaving an open space. I would actually want to wait till I get the watchtower to make that one work. So we're gonna throw the hunting lodge here so it stays connected to a forest. This would be another perfect option for solving part of the problem. But let's just chuck that on top of no, I want to keep that open for forests. So we'll put that there. Watchtower goes here. And then the orchard gets placed right here. This way we get the full payout and we fill out that line. Now we do have a couple mild annoyances here. Is we're still gonna have a spot where I'm not gonna be able to finish a line. Not without some major juggling. Actually, no, I can do that. I can definitely make that work. I'm actually gonna ditch the wood clearer for the moment. He's just gonna hang out over here. Oh, this is going the wrong way, though. I'm getting kind of shafted on using my lodge properly. Yeah, let it go. It'll be okay. I might be able to do something clever. But at least this way they stay activatable. Yeah, because that turns the wrong way. Yeah. RNG, you are a harsh bitch sometimes. Let's go ahead and put the square over here just for filling space. That L block's actually what I would really want to put down there. That's not gonna work. I'm really having to BS my way to victory a little bit here, so just bear with me on my shenanigans. I want to see if something will work. No. Yes, it will let me do that. There we go. That way I can bridge that gap. Keep getting the bonus from the hunting lodge. Swap this back in. Connect more forest. But unfortunately, both of these tiles are kind of dead. So that part of it doesn't work out in our favor. But we gained as much as we can out of that lodge, at least. And of course, all the extra troops get us money. Another lumber camp, a ranger base, or a wood clearer. The ranger base did really good work for us. And if we're gonna have to be fighting a boss that's getting extra units at the end here, that might be a very good idea to have. The other really tempting option is the lumber or camp because of connected. Connected tiles has been the best way for us to gain so far. But I'm gonna take the safety net. Oh, now you're telling me about that, huh? Defense lost. You've taken damage, but you're not out yet. You can refill the gauge by spending gold. We can trade resources or cards here. Exchange a level 1 card from your deck for a random card. Okay. I'm actually gonna trade out the wood clearer. And we got another hunting lodge. That's actually a fantastic trade. Let's go ahead and do the fight over here because it's actually favorable to us, but we can also apparently do something in the progress tree. Ah, okay, so this unlocks cards. Yeah, it's not a crazy complicated map, but it's got a decent amount going on. What challenge did I complete? Ah. Oh, right, it was the Wood Kid thing that popped up. That's why we got the crown to spend. Yeah, we may as well go ahead and do a fight here. Let's see, they've got all swordsmen. Okay, so it's fantastic that we actually have 2 hunting lodges then. His axes beat swords. But swords beat arrows, so let's actually... Yeah, let's actually swap out our watchtower for our ranger base. Because the watchtower will only give us a handful of archers, whereas the ranger base will give us a lot of them. And quantity will make that one up a bit. Because we can also just merge the archers into the axemen to have more axes to run over the swordsmen with. And I could expand my slots, but I don't need to right now. We can also ditch one of their cards into the reserve slot. We don't want that right now, so just get that out of there. Just make that go away. Shoo shoo, bad guy. Nobody loves you. I really do appreciate the amount of freedom you have on placement. So you can actually pull some shenanigans. This order that things are dropping in really sucks right now, though. Swap that. We'll go ahead and put their thing over here. And we're actually going to put the other one over here, too, because everything near them is plains. They can just have fun with their pile of plains and uselessness. Place the farm down. We are slightly shafted with positioning again, but that's okay. Just continue to box that in so I can ignore it. Let's go ahead and throw our ranger base in over here, because we'll get a bunch of archers from it. Go ahead and... Yeah, since these 2 lines are going to get screwed a little bit no matter how I look at this right now, we'll go ahead and just slot this in here and slot the orchard in on top. Because my intent is to get rid of that mercenary camp permanently. There's another challenge completion. Okay, so we are gonna have a slight problem in terms of having as many troops as I would like to have. But we can still get a good amount of troops out. Actually, yeah, let's just go ahead and wall that up. We are definitely gonna have more archers than we have axes, and that's the issue. But we can send the archers in first. And let them take the brunt of the carnage. This will be connected to all of them, so we'll get a bunch of axes from that. Ditch those planes over there. Yeah, because unfortunately, with the rate at which we gain archers, there's literally no way we can have more axemen than archers, even with 2 of those buildings. But with the 50% strength bonus, we're actually gonna just have like all archers spare pretty much. Because we can have slightly more axes than they have swords and type advantage. So we should be able to just do this. Send all the axes to go fight these guys. And then if it comes down to it, whatever's left gets cleaned up by the archers. Yeah, that's just a slaughter. And there we go. We come out of that with 41 spare troops. And that's why I did it that way, because with the watchtower, we would have had a lot less spare troops. Because we would have just had a handful of archers that would have stacked into the axes and then attacked the swords. The roadhouse could be huge for gold for us. The rally point, though... that would give me more options. I kind of think I need the wooden fortress, though, just so I have every type of soldier represented in my force here. Though we did have a singular type, more or less, in the tutorial, and we were fine, just by virtue of numbers. So if I just send a ton of axes... No, I'm gonna keep flexibility in the squad there. You've completed your first challenge, except it wasn't your first one. Visit the progress tree to unlock new cards. Check out challenges regularly. By completing them, you can earn crowns, which you can spend to unlock more content. So where's the challenge we completed? Ah, right, 500 food, and we'll actually have the lumber and the gold one soon, too. The Herborist, which turns plains into forests and gains defense. Okay. We've seen exploited lands before, which is interesting because you would think you wouldn't see these if they weren't unlocked, but who knows how that actually works. I'm interested in going up here though, so let's take the Arborist. Because we've also seen fortified farms. I think this just opens them up to come up in the regular card rewards, and the other ones, otherwise they can show up in shops, basically, I think is the thing. So how many? Okay, that goes up from 3 to 4. I know I wanted to upgrade my hunting lodge. I'm just looking at my options before I commit to that. Yeah, I do want to upgrade at least one of the hunting lodges. His 2 axemen per place is going to be just obviously twice as good. I don't really need more food, so we'll go ahead and take the bonus gold. Oh, no, I kind of have to take the food, though, so I can go do this fight, so I don't give the boss more units. Yeah, I don't need the money that badly. And this way I can open up more card slots anyway. So it's not the worst thing. I do like the balancing act of, do I give the boss more units or do I not? It actually adds an extra layer to the pathing, which can be important. Let's go ahead and grab our wooden fortress as well. Because they've got archers, which are gonna crush our axes. So let's actually remove the unupgraded hunting lodge and put the watchtower back in. Because there's also a very heavy leaning toward plains, so the watchtower will be more useful than a hunting lodge anyway. This is actually gonna be somewhat dicey though. Yeah. because the terrain is very favorable to them. Let's just ditch their watchtower over here in the corner. And we'll just ensure that we put things that aren't favorable to them around it as best we can. This way their adjacency bonus just gets screwed. Go ahead and make a bunch of farms. This needs forests, so let's put it in reserve. We're gonna lock in their watchtower here. Now, the problem with that thought, though, is there is a problem with that thought, is we now, if we use our wooden fortress over there, give them archers. Which is not really what I want to do, but I might have to do. Depending on how this all plays out. I can thankfully once again just kind of ditch their watchtower. Oh wait, no, that's not where I want to ditch that. No, that was almost very bad. This has range 2, so they're gonna get a decent amount if I put it there. We can put it here and have it be relatively harmless, though. Because now we plonk that down, get a big exploration bonus, put the hunting lodge here. Just minimize their archers as much as I can. Bring my wooden fortress back out now. No, I don't actually bring that back out now. And I think I might have actually scuppered bringing any real amount of swordsmen in, actually. That might be bad. It depends on what else is left in the deck, which really sucks. I might have actually really screwed up here. Yeah, this is not looking good for there being any more forests in there. Because remember, the percentage of forest was really low. Yeah, and there's their mercenary camp, which that's one of the ones I want to keep out of the fight entirely if I can. Yeah, I think I just have to bite the bullet and do this. We are going to get one more forest that we can benefit from, which is why I'm going ahead with that idea. Put you up here. Get their mercenary camp put in the pocket. Get some troops. Now we can get our watchtower in. Unfortunately, the farm is miles away now, but we can at least get some troops from here. Oh good, that was another challenge too. This ranger base is gonna suck a little bit, but it's better than nothing. What I do is I connect them all with the swordsmen, and then that'll get that whole crew to be swords, which will decimate their unfortunate little band of archers they have. Yeah, just go ahead and put that there. This here. This way we at least got the multi-exploration. So yeah, you absorb all of these and then go killing. To see how each of those icons converts to swords, and then it's just a massacre. And that's why type versatility is useful. The training camp works perfectly with my type versatility planning, because I can just multiply any unit type with it. The rally point's also not bad. We don't really need more watchtowers because we already have one. There's also the option of just not taking any of these, but situationally cycling in the training camp isn't a bad idea. I could also reroll. I have enough money to reroll if I want to see what else we can get, but I think the training camp will be worthwhile. we can also potentially trade it out anyway. Oh, ooh, 12 for each military building. That is pretty good value. I could extend the range on the farm too. But the thing is, we only have one thing that benefits from fields, and that's the watchtower. This benefits from any other military building. So the value difference is pretty clear there, I think. And I could also just upgrade the farm too. But let's see what our trades look like before I do any more spending. I could actually sell my food for double that value in wood or money. If I get that 340 wood, I could do at least one upgrade. Like, I could upgrade the other hunting lodge, for example, or I could upgrade my wooden fortress, or my ranger base. The money would get me the orchard upgrade, but I think the orchard's kind of past its prime. Do I have a level 1 that I care little enough about that I wouldn't mind trading it away? Not at this point. So yeah, we'll take the wood. That also gets us a challenge completed, is the other part of that plan. We can't afford the technology cards unlock yet, so I'm gonna hang on to my crowns. Though this run's ending here, which actually lines up nicely. Now, what upgrade do I want to do? Because I actually have a few upgrades available. This gets me 4 swordsmen. This gets me 4 archers. We do have 2 buildings that give us archer. Well, no, because we have 2 buildings that give us swords too now because of the training camp. I think I'm actually gonna upgrade the ranger base. Believe it or don't. The idea is we take the upgraded hunting lodge and the upgraded ranger base in. Guaranteed. We take the training camp for swordsmen, so we don't actually need the wooden fort. Oh wait, but the wooden fortress has a guaranteed garrison of 10 though, and this goes up to garrison 15. No, the wooden fortress is a better value. This is guaranteed troops. I just gotta be careful what order I use these in. Yeah, and I kind of figured it was gonna be a 50-50. Now the question is, after the boss battle, do I get to keep going? Only one way to find out. So they got a bit of everything. They have primarily... No, they all have garrison 21. Except the archer pavilion that has 22. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and turn the watchtower around and grab the training camp, because the training camp just has a genuine better soldier value. Unless I get rid of the orchard. Actually, yeah, I have no reason to have the orchard here, because I'm better off just having as many troops as possible. Unless I eschew the watchtower in favor of the hunting lodge, the second hunting lodge. Or I eschew the field in favor of the other hunting lodge, actually. Because they don't have a heavy leaning toward any particular type other than a slight leaning toward arrows. Is the combined amount of axes and swords they have matches the amount of arrows they have. So technically, no particular type has a massive advantage here. Unless I combine their troops in a less than favorable arrangement and then bring a combined force of mine in. But there's no real good way to do that. But I think it is a good idea to eschew the farm in favor of more troops. Because that's what this area is all about, is fighting. So you should bring as many troops to bear as you can. I just lose the benefit of extra archers from fields. But there's enough forests in there that if I can actually line this up correctly, I can get stupid amounts of soldiers. The wall is a mighty boss that forces you to play compact. It starts with a massive group which will use units every time the wall goes up in the grid. Pay close attention to the red zone. If any piece locks there, the round will end immediately. Okay, so that's the trick then. Okay. So let's actually plunk you down here so that there's room to sneak the plus shape in underneath you. Put this field down here. It's lucky for me that I've been playing kind of cram jam the whole way. Get that in nice and early. Get that pavilion just thrown away. This is the tricky part right here. I think I do actually want to place it like that, even though I don't like that the most. It'll be the most beneficial for the watchtower, is I can sneak the watchtower in here like this and get as many archers as I can. Now their rally point needs to not be anywhere near those fields, so we'll put it over here. I don't really want to give them 21 axemen, but I don't really have a choice. Now we'll go ahead and place our training camp here so we get a bunch of dudes. Ah, okay. So I've done enough that the line moved up now. Perfect. And you might think that I blocked my axemen in, and technically yes I have, but technically no I haven't. There's a workaround for that problem. I'm gonna end up having to leave a space above the watchtower, I think, just because of the situation we're in right now. Oh, that's really awkward buildings they've given me for this. Place you there. Okay, perfect. The line's moved up one. I need to leave a gap to be able to get the forest up through that middle bit, so I have to put the plains here. And then we'll put our wooden fortress here. The ranger base really chose a shit time to show up. It's gonna have to end up getting dumped up here for the moment. The problem is that all these military buildings showing up now, it's actually really awkward. Put that right next to the ranger base and hope for the best. Put their strategic pavilion over here. Perfect, the line's moved up just when I needed it to. Put that there. Put that there. My buying time has worked out for me. Problem is, the hunting lodge is still gonna get blocked off enough that it's not what I wanted, but we'll still be able to get a decent amount out of it. Place this here. Yeah, they get some swordsmen out of it, but I get both axes and arrows out of it. Unfortunately, I'm now in an awful position where I'm gonna have to activate the wall, I think. Unless I summon their strategic pavilion, which I don't want to do. I think I fucked myself, though. I at least got rid of a good chunk of their troops, but our current count is not great. So I need to do some math here. Just give me a second. So that makes 26. That beats their 25. And then we go collect these guys. combine them with this, go fight the archers first, and then we're not gonna win completely, but we'll survive. Because we're gonna have barely any archers left after that. Yeah, that's about the math I expected there. Oh no, we actually win. I did not calculate the advantage enough. I just knew it was gonna be tight. Whew, I actually turned that one in my favor. We actually executed a perfect win. And they had more units than I did too. Just, again, unit versatility. That's all you need. And we're actually gonna end this demo on a win. There's your pitch for the game, and here is the store page if you are interested, which I am certainly gonna wishlist it. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I will probably pick that up when it comes out, unless it comes out at a ridiculous price. Because that's a pretty fun game. And definitely unique. So far that's 4 good games. This is just going to take me a second to get the next one ready. So just bear with me a moment. It's not going to line up perfectly with the ad this time, because I went a little over. And I'm also going to kill audio for a second so y'all don't get deafened when I turn this one on, because I have not checked the audio on this one. I'm going to assume this is a controller game. Okay, this game does not autosave, that's great. We'll use a controller for this, that's fine. Oh, of course you're not going to give me audio control until you do your plot and everything. Okay, fine. I'll just use Windows Mixer to make you not loud. And we'll fix it later. Because it wants to do it its way. Okay, good. We'll get to that dialogue here in a second. I just want to get the store page and everything loaded up into the bot so people can get it if they wish to. So just give me another moment of delay here. This is definitely what you would use other people for if you were better organized than I am. There we go. All of that's lined up and locked in. Get the right window back up. Okay. Ma used to hoot about all sorts of theories before bedtime. You know, near the end. I can sense your eyes rolling into the back of your head already, Leaf. That's why she could only confide these secrets in me. Perks of being the little brother, I guess. She had this one theory about where the stars come from. They're ghosts. Well, sorta. Hang on, hear me out. It went like this. The embers of every pilgrim burn in the sky, a warning not to make the climb. She was always looking for a reason why nobody ever comes back, you know? A reason why they could all make their wish and then forget about the rest of us. Anywho, Ma was kinda right, I think. My theory's a little different, though. The stars aren't just pilgrims. It's everyone, even Ma. And it's not a warning. It's more like their embers remain burning so we don't have to be alone. Quite the start they're getting here. And so am mine, so you don't have to leave, okay? The art in this so far is very good. Unfortunately, you didn't get to see the splash screen because I was trying to, you know, make the audio not blast everyone's ears out, but... Okay, that's still a little on the loud side, but I might have options now? Yes, okay. Let's do that, and we'll see how it plays out. Nearly to the top, right? Maybe I can leave most of it here. So they're hauling supplies up. Where do I go from here, though? I don't seem to have anything else I can do. Oh, there we go. I can walk on this now. Hey there, Callista. How's it going? Ah, you're finally up. Would you mind scouting the climb ahead this time? Clem would appreciate giving her a break. Don't trip over your own talons and fall off the ledge. I won't be there to save you again. Nice, nice. Hope you had a good time. Which, since it's going well, I would assume it did. They've borrowed Clem's lantern. Use this to illuminate dark areas and start fires, set via the equip subscreen. Open the menu subscreen by pressing start. There we go. We can burn things. Oh, and you're actually holding the lantern up, too. Your progress has been saved. Oh, by the way, you guys wouldn't have seen it, but there was a warning at the very beginning of the game that this game does not autosave. I also did not turn audio back on yet, so let me fix that. It is still a little loud, though, so give me a second to fix that as well. There we go, that should be better. I only have so much setting power in here, so... kind of making the best of it. Certainly sounds like a good day all around. Eldritch horrors are good friends to have. Provided you can understand them. Okay, can't do anything with that yet. Probably need to be able to, like, push or crush blocks for that. Nice, nice. Guess we'll just keep saving every time we pass that. I can burn that, but why? I mean, and I don't need a reason to burn things. Oh, okay. Yeah, it was unfortunate I had no context for what a Horus Hydra was. It just sounds very good. But I assume working with drones will at least be very useful for you. I am slightly at a loss for where they want me to go. There must be something I'm not understanding. Okay, I do have a magic limit. That's what the purple circle up there is. Yeah, because we can't... Unless we can burn these or something, which they're rocks, why would I be able to burn them? Okay, there's just more of a delay on the push than I expected. I kind of figured it was something like that. Because I waited the usual amount of time for a push like that and it didn't move, so I thought there was like an item I was gonna need or something. This is an easy block puzzle, just push that, there we go. Before I start getting into fights, yes, everything looks and works correctly now. Okay, very good. Oh, those explode. Okay, good to know. I probably was supposed to, like, light the campfire and that would be, like, a timer for it or something. Instead, we learned through pain how explosions work. That's still a little loud, isn't it? Yeah, not horrendously so, but a little bit. That might end up too low, but we'll find out. As for context, that ended up all the way up at the yellow line for volume when that explosion collectively went off. So it's like, nah, that might be a little too much. Okay, little owl man cannot swim. He says immediately jumping back in the water because he thought it was shallower. So why did I want water? Why was this a good thing to do? The world may never know why that was the choice I needed to make. Because it really seems like I just made a bunch of areas impassable for myself, which seems like the opposite of what you'd want to do. But maybe I would... Oh, you know what it is? It probably affected that beanstalk outside. I'm not sure. I bet that's exactly what this did. But I also don't seem like I'd be able to get out. I'm just gonna double check that. Now, this is arranged in such a way that you can't get back out. Is I can push the exterior blocks around just fine. It's the interior blocks that are the problem. And then there's, of course, is the block at the bottom of the stairs that there's no way I'm getting past. So we are locked in here, which means there must be something I can do in here. And I can obviously push that into the water, but that doesn't help me. Can I pull blocks as well, perhaps? No, doesn't. Oh, I can jump, and I did not know that. Like, obviously, we did that little hop when we started the game, but I did not consider that that was actually a thing we could actually, like, regularly do. Fun fact, I pressed jump as I approached the water there. You just hit damage from the water sooner than you think you do. So it didn't quite work. It is very much playing to the old Zelda as far as that goes, because there was a little bit of an extended hitbox around the water, or in pits and such in that too. That would definitely rear its ugly head. There we go. But that's exactly what we're meant to be doing, is hopping over the water. We found a pilgrim's sword. It's a little worse for wear. Better than nothing, though. We can now defend ourselves without burning everything. Though why would I fight without burning things? Burning things is... Oh, it can break crystals. That's why. Now we can go back outside, but yeah, I don't think there's anything left out in there for us. Because I think the last crystal we saw was out here, wasn't it? Because I think it was over here. Yeah, it was right here, which is gonna lower this. There we go. It all works out. It is nice that you get the hearts, like, immediately, rather than having to pick them up. Oh, no, you do have to pick them up. I just kept conveniently getting them immediately. Never mind, ignore what I'm saying. I don't know what I'm talking about. We've picked up a magic seed, invulnerable to enemies for a limited time. This really is like Link's Awakening. Complete with the magic seed that gives you a temporary buff with completely different music. Interesting. At least I'm reasonably confident it was Link's Awakening that had that and it wasn't the Oracle games. They all kind of run together a little bit in my head as far as those three go. What's been taking you so long? I got bored waiting. Wait, is that a sword? Where'd you find that at? There aren't even any monsters around here. You mean aside from the plant that tried to eat me, the bats that tried to kill me? Clem, Wayward Pilgrim has been added to Leaves' notebook. Visit the notebook by pressing select. Okay, so that's the only information we have for that. I wanted to see if they had, like, an actual, like, story or such there. I can totally hop across this chasm, but I'll let you scout ahead first. Okay, those aren't really a thing. Push these onto the buttons, I presume. Yep, easy. Simple as, simple as. Just hop our way to victory. Oh, that rotates. The orange side was up before I pushed it, but now the blue side's up. I'll need to keep that in mind. I wonder if it's possible to, like, jump past the staircases. Hey, you actually weren't too bad at swinging that sword around. Maybe you can wish for a gig slaying all the rats across the realm. Clem, you really are awful, you know that? Do you see it, Leaf? Over the hill there, the sanctum. Huh? That way? Later, sucker. Made you look. The signpost is far too weathered for Leaf to tell what it says. Something about a sanctum? A warning? A welcoming? Can't cut the sign. Disappointment. Oh wow, you can pick the bomb plants up if you have strength then. Understood. Doesn't seem like there was any reason to blow those up, but I did it anyway. Leaf found an old pictograph box. Snap photos of creatures when equipped. Photos can be viewed via the creature album on the quest subscreen. Okay. You appear to be dead. That is inconvenient for you, but you know what? That's just how it be sometimes. Oh, I see. So you'd probably want to be able to either pick this rock up or pick the bombs up to put over here to break these. Oh no, they're just plants. So why did we blow up the other ones then? You know what? I don't know why I'm worrying about that. It'll either make sense or it won't in the future. That guy's just hanging out with a monster for reasons. They're going inside the sanctum. Let's not go in there quite yet. I feel like plot's gonna happen when we get in there. Just kind of hang out and enjoy the music for a moment. Because while it did attack my ears at first with volume, so far the entire package here is pretty good. Like even though this sprite is small, they actually fit in a decent amount of animation detail in it too. Level 1, Pilgrim's Sanctum. Ambushed. They were taken, but Leaf... Why are you blinking? Oh, you're dying. Well, that's a shame. This is going well, huh? Sanctum turned out to be a great place to go. I don't know why there was an exclamation point when I pushed that block. Progress has been saved. Okay, so we've got the classic red-blue inverting blocks here. Okay, so I'm gonna hit a switch and these are gonna change. So I need something in order to put on the plate here. Obviously, I don't want to get shot. So we'll come back to that idea in a minute. This really is like as much of a Game Boy Color game as they can make. Okay, so we're getting bombs soon. There's cracked walls right there. What does your color changing mean? Oh, you need to match the color on the floor, don't you? Get up. Okay, I guess I can't make him get up. Problem is, the way he's moving makes actually hitting him with the right timing kind of a pain. There we go. Oh, neat. Got some kind of, like, fairy thing as well. I'm going to assume that each time I step on these, they'll change color, but the moment I step on them again, bad things happen. And I probably need to do all of the tiles. Yep. We got a key! So let's go back to that locked door that I think I saw. There's also a locked door up there. So one of the two has to be the correct answer. I'm assuming these are windows, since they're on the walls and they're blue and shiny. Logic kind of follows on that one. So the solution to our little mystery must be this way. Okay, so we got one of those rotating blocks, and it looks like I'm probably gonna need the blue side to be down? Question mark for that blue switch? Logically there? That makes sense. Nope, I need to clear these plants out. Okay, the sword also sets those off. Good to know. Oh, that one grows back. Okay. Oh, there's a red side as well. This isn't gonna work. Unless just putting it on there counts, which it doesn't. Of course it doesn't. So there's gonna be extra rotations required. That's what that tells me. Just a matter of figuring out how many extra rotations it requires. And in what direction. Since these are breakable, I'm going to assume going over here is expected to a certain degree or something. So maybe it's a matter of rotating this way? Will that put the blue side down? There we go. I don't know if it needed blue side down or blue side up, because it seemed like there was two blue sides to it anyway. So I don't really know entirely still which one it actually was looking for, but it worked, and that's the part I'm worried about right now. Okay, so there's a bit of parkour required here. Or at least a bit of platforming. Let's just frolic through the dungeon, everyone. Look at us having a great time. Oh god. Not having a great time anymore. The murder wheel is here, which was surprisingly much easier to deal with than one would expect. Sure, let's pull this. What could possibly go wrong? Apparently, Leaf is too weak for that. We also can't move this pot out of our way. So... down here? Question mark? No, because I can't jump down either. Huh. Well, there's a locked door down there, so I guess that's actually our port of call, not this way. Ah, that makes the bridge. Okay. It's all starting to make sense now. Some of it, anyway. You with your pile of money. Give. You know, I kind of expected to pick up the coins, not obliterate the pile of coins. But I guess pilgrims aren't one for money, huh? Assuming we are pilgrims, considering we're making the journey of the pilgrims. But what do I know, really? We still don't have any significant context for why any of this is happening yet. Like, we saw Leaf talking to their brother about why the pilgrims disappear, and now we find ourselves making the journey that they were talking about, presumably up the mountain, for unknown reasons, somewhat. Oh, we gotta fight. Good fight, everybody. Oh, there's a either dead or unconscious Clem. Oh, just down. Leaf, they dragged the old frog in that room. But yeah, I saw it. A big statue of the goddess. We need to find the key to this door so I can make my wish. Okay, yeah, so they're all about trying to make their wish. Leaf, stay safe, alright? Look at you being slightly less awful, because you need me. That, I presume, is they go back to the entrance warp. Because that definitely has shortcut written all over it. So let's see what's going on over here instead. Okay, okay. I'm keeping my mental map rolling here. Oh yeah, we have the pictograph box. I should probably be using it till we at least have a reason not to be using it anymore, so we can learn more about the things we're dealing with here. So we need a blue one of these for this spot. But we don't have it. Aha! Okay, so that's at least fairly simple. How rude. Come on now. Why is that corner so awkward? You would think... Oh, I see the problem. It's because it's technically a half block now, so you can't actually lock onto it to push. So that's the mistake I made there. Why did that immediately move? Bizarro world. That doesn't work. It's not as simple as just push it upward, right? No, it isn't. So why would it be simple? There has to be an extra layer of complexity to it. Nothing in life is simple. But I presume once we have that correct, that makes the steps appear that take us up to those stairs. So it's just a matter of figuring out how to extend those stairs by moving this block. At least the monsters don't respawn. That's nice. So let's just do the extra step here and see if this does something for us. Bingo. So that's usually the case, is you just do like the slightly increased movement and it works out. There's the old man getting beat up. Oh. Well, old man's dead. His soul got turned into money. That's a shame for him. Goddess statue also looks real sad, so, that's probably not a good sign. Still don't know what those spirits we're getting are for, but I'm sure they're important for something, somewhere, somehow. Give me the loot. We found a gauntlet. He can feel strength pulsing through his wings. Ah, now I can lift and pull. So now I can move this pot out of the way and then pull this lever. Yeah, hit, ha. Oh, this is what switches things. I don't want to do that right now. At least I don't think I immediately want to do that. Howdy's in. I see you running in. Behold, I can lift things and hurl them into the weird purple goo. Okay, so I do have to pull that switch, though, in order to go this way. So I guess we're gonna go do that, then. Thing is, the moment I do that, I'm gonna have to go back around the long way. So I don't think there was anywhere up here we could go after I did that. I say not knowing the actual answer to that question at all. Oh, wait. Picture. What are these things? Okay, so you do have a suspend option as well. You just don't have a... Ah, there we go. There's the creature album. Oh, they don't have names. They just have pictures. Those are neat pictures, though. And it does tell you how much health they have and how much damage they do. So that's good. That's a neat way to do it. Like, that's one thing I'll give this game so far, is it oozes the era it's designed to be from, and a good hefty bit of charm as well. Like, this is pure style for the most part. Let's go this way. Because it requires us having the item we have now, so presumably it's a good idea to go this way. Oh, but it leads us back to here, which is where the shortcut is, which is why we can go through there, is to get back from the shortcut. Leaf gobbled up a spicy pepper. Extra sword damage for a limited time. You know, these feel just as kind of unnecessary as they did in the game they came from. We got a key. I do like that there's an extra little bit of graphical effect when we hit things, though. That's always good. We don't have the right key for that door still. These are out of the way of the warp. We may as well at least prove out my thought. Yeah, that just takes me down here. But we can go right back up again. Or do I want to be down there now? You know what? Let's double check this door down here before I go wandering off through warps. Because I don't remember if there was any of those switchable objects in our way down here or not. No, at least not immediately. Because this is where we witnessed the old man getting jumped. Yeah, this just loops us around to where we just were, so this was useless to do. Yeah, because now we can't even go back entire... Oh wait, no, this is completely useful to do, because we can go this way now. I am correct, I just keep thinking I'm not. I can go that way because I have a key, but let's not do that yet. What is this? This looks like the machine for moving these blocks, but it's missing a piece. And we can't get these out of the way in order to move any of that onto the switch. Is there anything I can do down here now that the switches have been pulled? Since we're here again anyway. Yeah, because we can go up here now. Nope, we got some kind of goal or something. Okay, so now that we have the ability to lift things, I need the blue switches to be pressed so I can go in there. Wherever there leads. Oh! This took us back here. Okay. I thought that just was a conveniently similar looking room. No, it is actually the same room. Okay, so I'm understanding more about how this place connects now. Yeah, because we're back in here now. Okay. My navigation skill is kicking in now. He says, remembering he also just has a map that he could be using. Not that the map lends context to any of this, but the map exists. Really does seem like the biggest play I could make right now is just switching things back. Oh, there's dealing with this idiot. This might have been the way you were supposed to go first. Nope, I fucked it up already. Wait. Okay, jumping over it doesn't count. So this is SOL one way or the other then. Yeah, there's also a block underneath there anyway. But that's how you're supposed to do it, isn't it? Is you do this. Yep. Mystery solved. We got a map. Ironic that I was just talking about the fact that I have a map and now I have an actual map. Just sometimes these things work out that way. Okay, so it looks like the boss door is over in that upper left corner, which I think we knew that already. There's still a bottom floor that we haven't even seen yet. And presumably... Wait, how do you get there? Because there doesn't seem to be any connection from the interior. Maybe, I guess maybe you walk outside and come back in and enter the basement that way then. We've also not really been on the top floor that much, but I think we don't really have a top floor to go to that much either. Okay, I can't take a picture of a dead one. I just realized I didn't take a picture of what this thing is, and I'm not really sure what it's supposed to be. So a picture of it would be great, so I'd actually have an idea of what I'm looking at. So I've been neglecting taking pictures of the other things. I still can't take a picture of him. I can't leave. This place is a trap. Which I presume is the whole point, is this place is designed to trap you in and... in Leaf's case, force him onto the heroic journey that he's going to end up doing. I feel like there's somewhere out here that we haven't gone, and I think it's... well, we have temporary invincibility again. I'm glad that the text box doesn't appear every time. Actually, no, we have been here because that's where the door is, yeah. So I think this might be our way of getting the switch pulled back the other way. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. The switch is down here. I don't know what I'm talking about. Have you noticed? Of course it stopped where I landed. Of course. This is going well. Somehow we've preserved our life. Now, I think it was over here is where we saw the pots that need to be moved. Oh! Saving the game doesn't heal you. You know, didn't notice that, not gonna lie. Completely didn't pay attention to that. Today we learned. Wait. Oh, I can pick these things up? Oh, and destroy them by throwing them. Good. Good. I also went the wrong way, so going here and dying was pointless. Wait. Can I break the windows? No. Because if I could have thrown the pots and broke windows, that might have actually lended itself to some more paths to take. And, you know, good little bit of casual vandalism for fun and profit. Gotta embrace our inner Link, after all. Oh, we can pick these up now. And they blow up in our hands, as you'd expect them to. So I know I need to have it switch to blue, being down, for something we saw, but I'm trying to figure out how to get back to it. And promptly just botching all the things I did so well at before. You know, when I said that, that wasn't supposed to lead to me actually dying. Oh well. Well, that's... yeah, because if we warp back up, I think we bypass part of the problem. The biggest issue is I don't remember exactly what room connects to the thing I'm looking for. Because despite having a map, that only helps so much. When you don't remember exactly which tile you're looking for. Yeah, because that just loops me back around to here anyway. Inside, outside, doesn't matter. But it's definitely using these doors on the exterior in order to get around one of the things you switched. That's a guarantee to be true. Yeah, there we go. That's one of the things I need to go through, is over here. As we push this up here, which makes manifest the other end of the torch there. we need to get down right underneath this room to get to where the other end of that locked door we saw is. Okay, so we're getting somewhere now. Yeah, because this spot lets you see into this room in order to figure out what you need to do. And as an added bonus, get shot in the face. You know the one I didn't take a picture of, or is it the other one? Okay, that is the one I took a picture of, so I need the flying one if I want to continue collecting pictures. Yeah, see, that one's new. Not that there's that much of a difference between these, but, you know. Filling out the photo album, one picture at a time. Yeah, I think there isn't much reason for me to go up here. Because we can't go through here. We can go down from here. But I think in order to actually use the key the way I'm intending to, I think I need to go through here. So I think it's actually time to switch it back again. As annoying as that's going to end up being. Because I'll then have to go all the way around again. That's just the way it's going to be. Not this way, though. Yeah, I think I cross the bridge, then I go through the doors. Yeah. Part of my brain is functioning, part of it isn't. As was probably perfectly demonstrated by the fact that I just nearly stepped off into death there. Yeah, going in through this room. Does this actually take me where I wanted to go? No, because that just loops around. I need to go down and then around, I guess. Round and round I go. Where I stop, I hope somebody knows. I sure don't. Actually, wait, was this the other side of the spot I was just trying to... Ah, God. Why did you have to... Why are you there? Go away. Ah. I hesitated because of where the other corner was. So I ended up piloting straight into the water. No, I think I might have done a stupid. Yeah, I sure did do a stupid, didn't I? Like, I don't know why I'm having trouble navigating this place. I shouldn't be, but I am. Like, I can obviously partially blame it on being tired, but there's only so much excuse tired gives me on that one. But we got where we're going. Because we go through this door here. And that takes us to presumably the last remaining part of this place other than where the boss is. It's also decidedly more concerning down here, I gotta say. So it turns out Leaf needs a tiny little bit of space to turn around, by the way. Learned that one now, so that's a thing. Huh. The jumping is a little bit awkward in this, not gonna lie. Okay, so that's how I opened the door. Thankfully that healed me. Huh. I thought maybe I'd deflect a shot, but that doesn't work. And I can't reach that. So there must be some trick to that in the future. Would have figured lighting that torch would have made something appear here, but I guess not. Or rather, probably not yet. Okay. I've made a fairy. I entreat ye, pilgrim. Guide this fragment of my essence to me. Its power will aid you through this decaying sanctum. Neat. Leaf found a new companion. Press LT to copy an object Leaf is facing, then press LT to wish for it. Only one object can be stored and created at a time. What was that strange voice, though? Oh, so I guess... Ah. And I can carry the copy from room to room. Put that down for a second. Give me a copy of this, because I presume that's the point here, is we make it a second pedestal and light that. Yeah, there you go. See, that's clever. Oh, I can even copy the arrow shooters? Interesting. And that's what breaks the crystal. Oh, this has potential. This has potential for some real wacky puzzles. All right. Now, how does this situation work out, though? So I can't stand there. Oh, you can just place that far enough that that works. Okay. Don't know why I questioned that. But this solves a couple of problems, actually, because we've had a couple places where it didn't make sense how to solve the room's puzzle because we had no tools. Now we can summon an additional tool. So it just becomes a matter of finding that room again. At the very least, we can keep one of these bombs with me just in case. Until I need something else. Oh, but we need a key and to switch the thing back, though. At some point along the way. Because we need to be able to get into that room in the top right there. Like, that's not even a question. There's a guarantee that I need to be there. At some point in the future. The near future, presumably. Okay, at a minimum, we can go in here and solve this room now. Apparently that doesn't work for that, though. This should do, though. Give me that. And there's the key I need for the lock that we were just looking at. Because that was gonna be my next question, is like, well, how do I get a key for that room? So I need to go up, left, left, up to get to that room, I think? So I think there's an extra left that I keep not taking. Yeah, I think we haven't been in this room in a while. But I think the door in question is the one that's over here. Wait, do I copy the lever? Is that the bit they're doing here? Also, I can't actually remove this by summoning it. I've now just made more of them. So I'm not really sure what to do with this situation still, but maybe we get an item from the boss or something that'll let me solve this room. Oh wait, no, duh. It's almost like we can just bring a bomb to the problem. Yep, that's exactly what we do. Okay. Just do it better this time, stupid. I don't know why these bombs look like berries, though. I do know why I keep blowing myself up. There we go. I think copying the lever would have been funnier, but I'm glad they didn't do that because that would have had so many long-reaching consequences for how this game was designed. Going all up and down the line, it would have been a nightmare. Now, what do I do about the other one? Because both of them need to be lit. I don't have a bow, so that's not the answer. I don't really have anything I can throw that would stay on fire that I can think of. Unless, like, throwing a bomb berry makes fire? Does that make any sense? I don't know if that makes any sense. Like, that's one of those things where the logic's sound enough, but I don't know if it works. Guess it can't hurt to try, though. Just a bit of walking. Except I'm gonna need to pull the lever again, which is inconvenient to say the least. But if this is a main thing they're planning to use, where you have to walk all the way back and forth to get things, that may not be the greatest. Well, good news, I hit it. Bad news, that didn't work. I feel like there's something I'm supposed to be understanding here, and I'm not getting it. I'm gonna pour myself a refill of my drink while I think. And the owl will just stare into your soul meanwhile. There we go. Drink acquired that may recharge my brain slightly. Unfortunately, the slight brain increase may not be sufficient. Hey Dream, how you been? Oh, I can kind of... Wait, I kept facing for a moment there when I was swinging, but only when I was holding the button and it stopped working. Huh. I am mildly confused. Like, just having more of these and lighting them doesn't make a difference. One would almost think that there's like a symmetry thing here, where you like place a block like the one that's over there here, but that doesn't work. Because there's not a pressure plate there. And I can't place the lamp there. Understandable. I appreciate you hanging around, and hopefully you'll be able to have a good night's rest. I've definitely sent a few messages before I finished writing them, because I thought I finished and I hit enter and then went and looked at it again and went, wait, hang on, there's words missing here. Yeah, I have to be able to reach that torch somehow. I had wanted to finish this dungeon before we switched to the next demo, but currently in order to do that, oh, interesting. Don't think that's how that's supposed to have worked. Appreciate it, and you're welcome. So, to explain what just happened over there, is the astute among you may have realized there wasn't a torch there before. That's because the torch I tried to place down there ended up over there. Which has interesting consequences for this game as a whole. I think the sleeping tablets really are hitting. But I'm assuming that's supposed to be a good night. So good night. There's the other statue that we need for the room with the rat-looking thing in it. So I need to be able to open this door over here. And I thought for a second I had solved something when I encountered that torch. But we know for a fact now that that's not correct. The only other thing not symmetrical in this room is that there's not another pot up here, but we also just destroyed a pot there. So that's not the solution. Sounds good. I can't remember any other rooms we don't have a solution to in here, though. I don't understand what they want from me here. Because we've been through all those exits down and pointing to the bottom of the map, because those are all the exterior exits that we've come and gone through in order to get around certain buttons. We've been to, I think, every room that's on the map now. Like, I feel like this is one of those cases where the answer's obviously in front of me and I'm not seeing it. But I'm gonna leave this here and switch to the next game so I don't spend the time losing my mind. This is a real good game, though, so there is the page for those interested, and I'm gonna go ahead and get the next one set up so we don't get stuck on anything. So at current pace, I'm probably gonna do like one more and then stop. So let's do something kind of chill now then. Though the text for this one's gonna be problematic. How did they term it? Yeah. You see why the text is problematic for that one. It's a very long name. I do have other things that I had lined up for today, but some of them needed more testing as part of why I was like, yeah, I'll just not rush that. And we're like 4 and change hours in, and I'm probably gonna spend like an hour playing this, so that should all line up nice enough to get us through a good stream. And I will just do another chunk of demos on Thursday. Because I'm not gonna get rid of any of the collabs, obviously, in favor of Next Fest, because the collabs are ongoing and important, so I'm not going to derail that just for the sake of the demos, because the demos are fun, but I prefer the things I'm doing with my friends, as you might imagine. Now, the key point remaining, though, is I may actually ask some people about any multiplayer demos that there are that people may be interested in. But that's going to depend on what I find over the course of the next couple days, because bear in mind, I barely scratched the surface on the amount of demos that there are. Like, as usual, there's a good amount of demos available. They get you audio back. This is actually not even needing any audio balancing so far. It's already pretty good. I wonder if it kept the... No, get rid of the flash effects. We don't need those. Auto harvest, no collect, we don't need. Yeah, this is another farm roguelike Rebirth. I spent a good amount of time playing another farm roguelike because for all that it may seem like something that would not be all that compelling, it actually is surprisingly fun. It scratches a certain itch in my brain as far as like optimizing and just fiddling with production of things, or at least the original did. We'll see how well this one does. It's already a little more detailed in some of the character choices because they actually have branches instead of just being each individual profession. And it looks like, yeah, they made the other ones 99s so that you can't get them probably in the demo. So we only have like one other option that we can grab. So, ooh, starting with copper or hoe is pretty nice. And you sell flowers for more. Because that's basically the main shtick here, is you plant a bunch of stuff, you sell it, you plant more, you sell more, and you just try to get the most money you can, and more or less. I believe it's like to face off against an increasing amount of debt, or something like that. Yeah, let's actually try the gardener. Starting with advanced tools might be good. Yeah, we have axe efficiency from the plains, and it looks like we can't actually go to any of the other places, so... Ooh. Okay, so our daily modifiers are bonus experience from finishing a building, extra money from every item, tools are cheaper to use, crops yield its own produce, crafting requirements are cheaper, and building requirements are cheaper. But on the flip side, we have less energy, tools don't gain experience, we have -1 experience, minus money for every point of energy, which is awful, but fine right now because I think we have no money. Less efficiency and lowest value. Oh yeah, you can pick your modifiers by putting them up here. You get 3 of each, but I think you have to pick 3 of each. You can't like avoid. So let's take the negative experience. I'm not taking income tax. That will devastate me. I'll take the tools don't give experience. That's okay for the moment. And low value items is fine. Right off the bat, at least. But to balance out the experience thing, we can take beginner's luck. And for right now, let's take the cheaper tool costs. Because the idea is the items will sell for low value, but we'll get an extra $2 for each of them. So that'll balance those two out. That's more or less what I went to do here, is I traded so that these equalize decently. Okay, so we have the copper hoe, which lets us till soil in a 3x1. That's why it's nice to have that, because it's a lot more efficient. Why does the watering can have axe efficiency too? Weird. Yeah, obviously your axe, your pickaxe, and your hammer are all pretty self-explanatory as well. What options do we have available to us here? I can make scarecrows, I can make seed makers. In some ways, you can actually view this very much as like a roguelike Stardew Valley without the town aspect. It's just the farm. I could get the permanent cheaper buildings upgrade. But these buildings aren't that expensive to begin with, and we're not a high enough level for that to be super relevant. What I should probably do is buy some seeds, clear some space, and just plant for the moment. But you have to pay attention how many days these take to grow, because if you have things that take too long to grow, you're not going to get them done in time. So we'll snag some parsnip seeds, because those will grow nice and quick. Yeah, we'll back those up with some beets. Shop. Yeah, we want more delivery amount. And yeah, we can go ahead and increase the shop slots too, which immediately updates for more items. So you want to do that when you get a chance to. You can also sell anything you've got on you, but obviously we don't have anything on us right now. We can upgrade ourselves a bit, which is great. For the moment, what I want to do, I think, is obviously we need to clear some space, and you're going to want to have it be space that's relatively close together. You can see that it takes a certain amount of hits to get rid of each individual thing. And as you might imagine, that green bit there, that's our energy. Once that's gone, you're kind of SOL. Your day is done. Unless you can do some trickery. Oh, our axe leveled up, though. So that's good. Except, wait, tools aren't supposed to gain experience. Maybe it popped up and just doesn't do it. Who knows? This is a demo, so some things may not be working properly. Let's knock this tree down as well, because that'll get us some fruit. Give us that wood. As you can see, hoeing the ground gets you bugs and such as well, which will be useful. Sometimes it's better to prioritize a particular type of thing, and these upgrades you get when you level up are going to help kind of narrow your focus in some ways. Yeah, we'll take magic tools, even though we're not going to be gaining tool levels right now. As soon as burnout's gone, we'll be able to make more use of that. It's the shop. I need to move these down onto the bar somewhere. Oh no, there they are already. I forgot that the first line of your backpack is just right there. I did not align this perfectly. There's gonna be one open spot, which makes me slightly sad, but it's okay. You can also eat things in order to get your energy back, which is again where the Stardew Valley comparison comes from, because I know it's a nice simple thing everybody would understand. Yeah, these guys will actually loosen soil, which can be useful, but I don't remember entirely how that works. What we want to do right now, though, is sell a bunch of our nonsense off. Like, even selling grass somehow has value. But obviously part of that is from our extra money from any items we sell, which is the other reason for just ditching things at the moment. Like, even the sand itself, we can sell that. We don't need these tree seeds because we still have plenty of trees left. Not worried about this, so just give me more money. We got a ton of wood, so just give me a bunch of money from that too. I don't know if we have to make that today. Oh yeah, no, it is last day, so we actually do need to hit that 2,500 today. So buying the seeds was actually probably a mistake. So what I want to do instead then probably is pick up some of this. Because the idea then would be to get just the most things you can. Since I planted these, I do want to grow them. At least some of them. We are kind of in a awkward position here. Yeah, I don't think we're getting enough money. Nope. So, yeah, that's not great. Oh, right, there's... Even though it says the day, it's actually doing this. This is your week, basically. I forgot how this works. Bear with me as brain fires back up and remembers how these things work. The crows are also going to ruin our crops. That's a thing they do. Yeah, so each of these effects takes place on an individual day, so I actually should have split these up a little bit more in a more intelligent manner instead of lining them up straight. I could have put this in further along so we actually could have gotten the experience bonus from a building. That explains why the tool boost thing was actually the tool burnout thing rather was not screwing our whole day up. You can tell it's been a while since I played the original, because a lot of those rules applied to that. And just brain didn't brain. But you can see our axe is upgraded automatically thanks to our magic tools, so that's going to be very helpful. Because obviously the better the tools, the faster the work. Since I have more time than I think I do, though, let's see about investing. Yeah, let's get a mine over here. I need to clear the space out the rest of the way, though. This way we can at least take advantage of our experience bonus from building things. Now in this area it'll make rocks and things, so you're guaranteed to keep having rocks available. For the moment, we may want to just, like, finish clearing up our island so I can figure out what I want to actually do with it. Actually, scarecrow. I need grass for a scarecrow. That's why I shouldn't have sold the grass. Thankfully, with the boosted hoe, we can actually make that work still. Except not quite. So I think we might be SOL on that idea. Yeah, because of hoeing that ground up, that's going to be an issue. Thankfully, you can unhoe it. But I don't think I'm going to have the energy to make the scarecrow properly now. But I have things I can eat. Keep forgetting I can't use it from that menu, though. Oh yeah, I can't keep eating endlessly, though. I think our satie's full. But that's fine, that's enough to get the scarecrow in place. No, it isn't. You know what? Ignore me. I don't know what I'm talking about. Oh no, it isn't the satiety problem. I'm just not getting energy from them anymore because I forgot you get diminishing returns. Either way, we're SOL on that plan. We could make the shop prices cheaper. Go ahead and do that. And yeah, less experience needed isn't a bad idea. What I should have done was grab the handyman upgrade so that I could have finished that scarecrow without it being a problem. You can also make a bunch of stuff. Let's grab the crafting requirements down. Oh god, they changed how this works, huh? Oh boy. I'm gonna have to figure that one out. Yeah, you can make like jars and bottles and string and fishing nets. Worm fertilizer. Ooh, actually, yeah, accelerates crop growth by a day. I might actually be able to use that. Bombs, which gets rid of things that need pickaxes. Ooh. Okay, so it is a satiety problem. I am remembering bits and pieces correctly. The thing is, despite how simplistic this all looks, this is actually super deep and complex if you dig into it enough. And that's what my brain's currently working on unraveling. Yeah, there we go. This way we get some of our parsnips up. Not that I have to, but, you know. Oh, right, because there's also stuff you can unlock in the shop entirely as well. This is part of how you start cutting corners on energy and such, is you add things like ores to the shop, so you can just buy them rather than having to mine them, as long as you have the money to do so. Let's go ahead and add even more things to the shop. What I want to do now is sell off a bunch of stuff again. Make up the money that we just spent. We're not going to gain as much because I don't have the bonus anymore. What you want to do is push something like this down toward the end, so that what you would do is sell everything on the day you get the bonus. So you just make a ton of money. But I was slightly stupid today, so that didn't work out that way. We sold a lot, just not as much as I'd intended to. I just need to make sure not to sell things on market crash day, or it's going to be very sad. We could grab the mountain for more territory, but we have a lot of work left to do here, so there's not really a reason to do that. And it looks like all of the other territories are locked in the demo. Oh, there's even a jungle. Okay. So we'll just pass the... Oh, I do have unused energy, but I don't think there's anything I can really use it for. I can, like, swing the pickaxe once. But the pickaxe is the only thing that's leveled, so that should change. Ooh, the fish pickaxe. Each use gives 2 random fish. This is actually, like, a legitimately incredible pickaxe. So, especially with our tool cost down, let's go ahead and just mine like crazy to get all the fish we would ever want. This is what makes this game good, is goofy nonsense like a fish pickaxe. Ooh, 25% chance for breakables to stay after being destroyed is pretty good. Extra XP per energy is great too. This one isn't bad. It's basically you have to use energy and then you gain extra max energy. No, I think keeping breakables when they break is a good idea. Or at least having a chance to. Because that'll let me mine more and things like that. You can kind of start to see how this would scale out of control. And that's the fun part with this, is when it starts scaling like mad. Ooh, got lucky that that big rock stayed. So now if we look in our bag, you'll notice we have a lot of fish. And the best part is I can eat that fish to then mine more. These fish in particular give a lot of energy. At least until the Saïdi ruins getting any energy out of this. There we go. And then we can just resume mining and get more fish. Okay, so now we're out of rocks, which is mildly unfortunate. You'll notice, by the way, pulling up crops is free. Doesn't take any energy to pull up your crops. We did lose a bit because the scarecrow wasn't done yet, so let's get that done so that stops being a problem. Re-hoe the ground around the scarecrow. Because we're going to be keeping this area farmed. Because obviously it's guarded by the scarecrow, so why wouldn't I? It's gonna bother me if I don't do that. And this, because I wanted to use up the entire scarecrow's zone of control there. And the best time to do this is while we have the tool cost reduction. There we go. Let's actually go ahead and grab the mountain. Look at all of that mining space over there. Do I want to do any selling now, or do I want to wait? There's not really any reason to wait. I don't gain a benefit from waiting. These are also at, like, the highest their value can be. These are low. Because I believe daily these values change with the range that's given. Like, the rainbow trout is as high as it can be. So we should sell all of that. Grayling can't get much better, so let's go ahead and sell all that out. Beetles are dog shit right now, so let's not sell those. Copper's real good. Yeah, let's sell that for now, because I don't have anything set up for that. Parsnips are okay, so I'll go ahead and sell them now, but just in case it goes worse later. Wood's actually worth a lot right now, so we'll go ahead and sell that, so that we reach our quota. Apples are terrible. We'll save the shishlids in hopes that we get a better value on those. Stone's actually not bad, so we'll go ahead and sell that because we have the mountain to get a whole ton more stone. As you can see, that first quota, not really a problem. Lowering the amount of experience I need won't change anything right now. I could afford the shop price decrease again, but I don't really need to. Let's actually go ahead and unlock something. Yeah, you'll notice coal's expensive to buy. The ability to get that, by the way, because coal is very important. Without coal, your furnaces don't work. If you're not using furnaces, coal's not as big a deal. But it can be a very big deal breaker if you don't have any coal. What do I want to start planting? We could be a tater farm. I'm just looking at my remaining time, though. Though we can make the accelerant. So maybe that's not the worst thing. Though, arguably, at that point, wheat is more worthwhile because I get 6 wheat. I don't know the value of all the crops is the problem. Yeah, you know what? We'll be wheat farmers. Because I can get enough wheat seeds that I think I can populate out the entire area. And then some. Yeah, I'm pretty sure 58 wheat seeds is enough. Pretty sure that's more than I would need. Because the wonderful thing is, much like the grabbing of the crops doesn't take anything, planting doesn't take any energy either. So at the end of the day, you can just throw all of that down. The problem is I can't water it. So it's great to do that when it's raining, because it can rain, and I believe there's actually ways to encourage it to rain. Or at least there was in the last game. Yeah, I have unused energy, but it's up 1 point of energy game. There's nothing I can do with that. Yeah, as you can see, none of that grew. But we can also go fishing over here, because these spots are lit up. So we'll quickly snag ourselves some more free fish. Our experience is going to be terrible today, so today's not a bad day to water plants. We need a better watering can, like, desperately. Because you can get watering cans to let you water multiple spots at once. This whole single tile watering thing, look at how much it's destroying our energy to water this whole batch out. It's awful. Just disgusting. What does it take to make this again? I don't have any worms. I could hoe it up and try to get some worms. Might not be the worst idea. Which is not usually a recommended sentence or thought process to work under, but you know what? Beggars can't be choosers sometimes. There we go. Now we got a bunch of worms. Only 4 though, huh? Not ideal. But that should allow me to finish these off. Move that up 1. And then we can hoe this area out. Get a few more worms. There's gonna be a lot of, like, looping actions here. Get used to seeing that. Because now we can potentially... Nope, that's... Wow, I left that bad off, huh? Yikes. Sometimes I marvel at my own inattention to things. Grab the gold. Grab these gems. Gems, as you might imagine, are worth a lot, especially if you polish them up. Though even without it, 75 each is pretty good. Gold also worth quite a bit. I don't remember campfires being an option, so I guess that's a way of getting your ores done without needing stone. These parsnips are actually worth a decent amount, so let's get rid of them before the value goes to hell. Goldfish aren't worth much right now. Those are worth plenty, so let's go ahead and get rid of those before their value tanks. That's still good enough. Good enough. Yeah, you kind of want to watch the market like a hawk as best you can in this game between days so that you can get your best return on anything you're working with. We'll go ahead and grab gifted now. You'll notice I jumped a whole bar, so it's useful to do that. It just gets expensive fast. It won't be expensive for long, but for the moment it's expensive. Let's go ahead and grab these before I forget about having these options. The thing is, the more options you have, the more complicated this situation gets, because all of these slots are shared among all the things you can get in the shop. So the more things you put in your shop pool, the more likely you are to get things you don't want, unless you're in the position I am right now where you don't care. Anything you get is something you potentially can use because you haven't pigeonholed yourself into any particular build yet. Let's just go ahead and end this day because we're basically out of energy. Okay, so we have a task of buy 500 items in the shop or collect 120 wood. The $10,000 reward is great, but I have no intention of buying 500 items right now. I'm more likely to collect 120 wood because I can just spend like a day chopping like a madman to achieve that, and all this payoff is incredibly good. You get your penalty if you don't finish it in time. So, axe is life. We're just gonna go mad with an axe for a little while here. Notice how quickly that meter's filling. Boom, done. That's why that wasn't a hard challenge to do. You just knock a few trees down and bingo bango, you have what you desire. And the polished stone and everything will be fantastic for building certain things, which I don't know if we have access to. Ooh, all breakable ores turn into rocks. Rocks yield random ores. Ooh, that could actually be huge. I could delete water and get max energy, but no. Notice how those are all just plain rocks now. But I got copper out of a regular rock. That's what makes that one neat, is it can actually randomly benefit you an insane amount. Go ahead and eat some fish. This is where no tool XP starts to hurt, but it's okay. Is we are going to start rolling in ore. So what I'm going to do while we have that problem, I think, is actually build some forges. Oh, it's like shift click to make multiple, right? Yeah, no. No, it is not. 3 of them should do for a bit, though. So I'm probably not going to have the energy to make all of them. Oh, nope, I had enough to make 3. Perfect. So now what I do is I take some coal. I don't know. I think it's an order of operations issue there. You put the gold in first. Then you put... Oh, do I not need the coal? I guess not. Oh, right, the coal's auto-used. Right. It's smarter than I think it is. So each day now, those gold bars will cook. In fact, I think actually it cooks all 3. So we'll have 9 gold bars tomorrow. Which is gonna suck because everything's gonna be at lowest value, but we can hang on to them because we have enough for the quota. And we can turn them around into big money. I might actually sell the polished stone while it's at high value. Because we can make that when I need it. Money! We'll sell some of this wood too, because we don't need that much wood. And there's plenty of trees to knock down for more. With random ores, I'm not actually going to sell the coal, because that could actually come back to bite me if I sell that. How the planks look? No, the planks suck right now. But as you can see, we now have nearly triple our quota. Now that's not gonna be as good as it sounds for long, because the quota is going to increase, as you might imagine. I'll go ahead and put basic ores into the pool. Yeah, see, we got sheep, pigs, potato seeds, sunflower seeds, which we do have a bonus to our flower value. So it's actually worth it potentially to us to start planting flowers. Also, the wheat is not going to grow because I fucked up and didn't actually save energy for watering any of that. You can also reroll the shop as long as you're willing to pay for it. There's no reason for me to make specific types of mines, because I didn't mean to put that there. There we go. I can just unplace it. But yeah, since we have random ores, it doesn't matter what mine I place. We've also got the mountain full of ores, so there's no point in making a mine right now anyway. Let's water at least some of this so that it doesn't all go to waste. There we go. Yeah, just as a comparison point, notice how the low value for gold bars is 150. Smelting is profitable in this game. But you also need it for making better tools and things. Like right now, I'm kind of just thriving because of the power of magic tools. But as you can see, you can actually purposely upgrade things if you have the resources for it. I kind of want to wait for the diamond axe on that one. This just makes it cheaper. 3x7 is insane. But notice there were two other paths you could have taken at the beginning of these tools as well. Like fish turns into cheese and bread pickaxes, for example. This one, beetle hammer. Ooh, actually 2 random alchemy items. Maybe. We need crocus or pumpkin. Actually, that might be worth it. Because unfortunately, you can't back up. Once you've moved forward, you don't have any choices. That's the downside to magic tools, is you don't know what you're getting. And you also, of course, need to have these leveled up enough to be able to upgrade them. None of these are in position to do that yet. So it's not really a concern I need to have at the second. I can afford to buy the XP boost, so I should just do it. This way, this entire day is, when it's spent, will probably net another level. And what we're gonna do is just mine our ass off, I think. We're not gonna sell anything because we don't have to. So actually, I should water my plants. I don't regret doing that, but I should water my plants. Just so they finish growing. It's very easy to end up just forgetting to do something at all. There we go. And I should feed the furnaces as well. Ooh, I have diamond ore. Perfect. I can use that diamond ore immediately. And we'll throw gold into the other one. We're just skipping the entire copper and iron process because of the random ores. Just straight up doesn't matter. Not enough energy to do that anymore. I can give that tree a couple whacks. There we go. But we have actual rent day to finish things up. Unfortunately, oh, it randomly upgraded to the pumpkin watering can, which is the one I was gonna make anyway, so that's perfect. All crops are worth 5 extra, and we have 30 more energy. Which, that's a thing, by the way, is you can actually get value out of tools even though you're not gonna use them. Because, like, that extra 30 energy is useful no matter what build you're using, because it's extra energy. And there are types of some of these tools that benefit other builds, like that hammer that gives alchemy items. If you're focusing on alchemy, you should go that route to get the alchemy items, because you're already going to be building things in order to utilize them for alchemy anyway. So it all just kind of keeps tying together as you go. I probably should make some statues of hunger, just so I can eat more per day. So these are consumables. 1.5 would put me down to 3.3. That's affordable, because I do that and then I can make all of this stuff cheaper. Which, speaking of, I should try to push through a bunch of the wheat right quick, actually. So I'm gonna fuck up my terrain a little bit. That also gets the hoe ready to level up, and me ready to level up. So let's see, 50 extra energy, which is great. Whenever you collect from a furnace, 20% of the item's maximum value is granted, so it's just free money. Or every time you gain in enough experience to max out this counter, you get a random potion. Which potions can do some real wild things if I remember right, so that's also very good. But I think I'm gonna take the energy, especially since it immediately applied. I wasn't sure if it was going to immediately apply, admittedly, but I was hoping. Oh, I can just burn the trees down if I wanted to. I don't particularly want to do that, but I can. Admittedly, more than likely, this main land section here is going to end up becoming pretty much like farm only. Farm and tree. So it's not the worst that I'm destroying the entire landscape with the hoe. But it's not really what I wanted to do at this exact second. Just what I'm able to do at this exact second. And this way we can verify whether the wheat's going to be worth it or not. It's not bad. It's not great. It would probably be more valuable to me if I had, obviously, like a sheep to get wool out of it or such. I could make a grinder or a mill for it. How much does it take to make those? Why does the item that comes out of the seed maker look wrong? I mean, I can quickly make one and see what it actually spits out. Because you kind of want to have one of these anyway so that you can recoup your seeds without having to keep buying them. So we'll put those in and then we'll sell the rest. Because as you can see, even at 8 each, that is still a decent amount of money. Diamond bars, of course, worth top dollar. We're actually gonna go ahead and sell the gold, I think. At least sell some of it. Let's see. Checking the values of things again. Primarily just the things that would actually sell for a decent amount, like these emeralds. The planks are at full value right now. Oh, the beets are basically full value too. Excellent. Get those out of here. Berries are close enough so we can get rid of those. I don't have to sell any of these things, but I'm selling them just so I can grab upgrades. What upgrades do I want? Becomes the better question. Yeah, let's actually reduce our building costs. That would be a very good idea. I know I just built something and then did that, but shh, it's okay. Crafting requirements as well. Again, just did a bunch of that, but shh, don't worry about it. My efficiency is not something you want to pay attention to because it's just going to make you sad. Because my efficiency doesn't exist. I can be efficient, but today in particular I probably am not going to be because I need to get back in the groove before that's even going to be remotely possible. Yeah, none of that's really worth selling out on right now. But there we go. Now we reset the week. Plus 100 experience, extra money for every iron item. Oh, for every item collected from buildings at all. Let's go ahead and get the experience bonus from tools straight up. Land price doesn't matter to us. Sprinklers accelerate crop growth by a day. Probably do want that. trees don't leave trunks is fine. We'll just put a building time increase one down here. We'll go ahead and take market crash again because we'll just not sell that day in particular. And yeah, just work rhythm again, it'll be fine. And then you continue as you were. Notice how much that quota increased. We had about a 2,500 quota before, we now have a $45,000 quota. So yeah, just in case you thought it was easy. And don't adjust your set. I did just get 60 wheat seeds out of the wheat I put in there. So yeah, that's good. Oh yeah, I forgot you can pick things up. Oh god. What did I do? What the fuck? No. There we go. Actually, no, I don't think you could pick things up before in the previous game. So that's an improvement. But yeah, 180 wheat. So, boom. Money. Which I think you used to get experience for selling. Either that or there was a specific modifier you used to do all the time, or a specific profession that gave money for selling. Because I remember leveling like hell when I would sell out. But yeah, this is the quota you actually have to do some work for. There we go, Diamond Hoe. And just in case people missed what that does, bam, bam, entire area hoed up. Unfortunately, we still have a one tile watering can because we got the pumpkin one. So I'm probably just eschewing crop growth entirely. Oh, the fish pick has finished leveling up. So what can I turn that into again? Cheese or bread? I don't want either of those, if I'm honest. But since I've leveled it up, it's now gonna turn into one of those two. So I should just use it now while I have the ability to get infinite fish. Because it's soon going to be sadness time where there's no more infinite fish. At the end of the day, I'm probably gonna do the real basic move here, which is just gonna be ores. Because like I mentioned before, ores are very powerful. And a very good way to make money the easy way. Is like, look at how much value these have even without upgrading. So, I assume most of you can immediately see the appeal there. It is going to require making a bunch of furnaces, which is going to start to cost me a little bit, but it won't be that bad. Not compared to the return on investment we're going to get. Stack further on top of that, the benefits we'll get from having our own material as well. I'm actually gonna clean this area back up because it'll also give me more fish. Because what I'm gonna do is just make a furnace block up here. I'm not gonna be able to make the furnaces all together right now. There must be a way to like mass build these that I'm forgetting. It's not control click. Ah, right click. Only worked twice. Okay, never mind. Oh, because I'm out of stone. Never mind, that makes sense. Because it takes the resource when you first place it, not when you go to build the thing. Up, 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 up. We don't have enough to make all of those work, but that's okay. I started to make these using gold and then realized, wait, why don't I make lots of diamond? Is diamond worth hella dollar? Which sounds wrong when I say it, but you know what? It doesn't matter. I'll have enough money that it won't matter what I say. Can't help but notice that a bunch of my furnaces seem to have No, I just ended up picking that one up. Because we never finished the line. I got confused again. I'm also out of coal, which makes me very unhappy. Oh good, I got the bread pickaxe. Because, you know, you clearly can break rocks with a loaf of bread, right? Just make sure it's a real hard roll and you just slam right through the stone somehow. I could just start buying coal. At the rate I'm not seeing it, that might be the better path. You might also be able to make coal out of wood. I don't know if you can burn wood for, like, charcoal. Yes, you can. Don't really know how efficient that really ends up being, but if I'm not using the wood for anything else, it might not be the worst idea to do so. We can also queue up the other furnaces to finish out the lines up here. No, we can't. So I didn't get as much stone as I thought I did. It was iron that I was getting, which is great, up until you think about the fact that that's not what I was trying to do. Still, that's a lot of furnace power. But I didn't get any coal. Let's go ahead and buy the ability to get coal and roll a couple times to see if I can get any. This is where it starts not being the greatest idea to do it this way, is because coal can be expensive. Primarily the fact you have to roll for it half the time, rather than it just happening to be there conveniently in the shop. You can, like I mentioned before with the pooling, trim your pool to the point where you can actually more than likely get coal to appear, but there's no safety in that, and particularly. Sapphires are worth a decent amount right now, so let's go ahead and get rid of those. So I'm probably not going to make a polisher. Well, actually, how much does it cost to make one of those? Yeah, the grindstone's not actually that expensive. Maybe I will make that since I'm going to be going into ores. Going into gems alongside ores makes sense. They both come from the same source. So there's not really any harm in doing that. Right, the hives accelerate growth. Speaking of things there's no reason not to do. Oh, they did make those require worms now. I think these used to just be free fish, which was busted. I could just make some campfires as well, but I'm assuming they have less spaces. Also, wow, sprinklers are cheaper than I thought they were. I should have looked at that sooner. It's fine. It's fine. We've already issued that idea to a certain degree, so just not gonna worry about that. I don't want to cut any trees down right now because they're not gonna leave anything behind. Let's grab these fish. Because I'm definitely in the fish market. And then we'll finish draining my stamina with stones. There we go. Let's see, finish 10 buildings or use consumables a lot. Let's go ahead and do the finish 10 buildings thing, because we can finish a lot of buildings pretty quick and easy. There's actually a fantastic little trick I can do for that. Is what if I just made a bunch of campfires and built them all? Am I out of wood already? I am. So about that plan of making a bunch of campfires. What if I told you that was actually a really stupid idea I just had? Concerning. My foolproof plan may have one proof to it in that it is proven that I'm a fool. Let's see if we can fix this. Well, the axe needed to level up anyway, so that works out well as far as that goes. If I was actually doing planting, dirty pipes would be fantastic. That's more than I needed, but you know what? That's fine. Pop, 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 pop. There we go. Now all buildings take one less. And I guess now I have even more ore power. So you know what? That's fine. Now, if only I had enough coal for that. He says as he cries all the way to the bank, buying all the coal. Doing that makes my wallet sad. But you know what's gonna make my wallet happy? All of the things we're gonna do with all this coal. The sheer amount of nonsense that's going to occur from the input of these resources. I guess we may as well put these to use making iron. Making sure all of them are working. Okay. You know, this just looks like a hazard now, doesn't it? With this entire section on fire over here. Just seems less than okay. You know, some may question my logic here. And to that I say, that's fine, because so do I. But I suppose at the end of the day, the simple point to that is the fact that I'm not necessarily meant to have a lot of logic to what I do. I just do. And it'll either work or it won't. At the end of the day, my final logic is always, what will make me money in this game? The answer is everything. Everything will make me money. Therefore, it does not matter what I do. Some will make me more money, but everything will make me money. Look at this. Look at the money I just made. 23,000. Wham! Doesn't matter. If only it were that easy to make that amount of money. You know, sell the gold bars too. Bam! Potato salad. Rubies are worth a lot right now. Bam! I shall become even more gifted. Yeah, let's actually reduce our crafting requirements again. Yeah, because now these all cost 1. Yes. Oh, right, that's the other use for wheat, is you can boost your fish count with it. Okay. And I should have been using the worm bait when I had all those apples laying around that I wasn't using. May as well turn this all into fertilizer. Because I have some ideas for making use of these wheat seeds still. Just not gonna be able to immediately enact those. Okay, today's market crash day, so we're not selling any of this. Oh, we got the golden axe. So, just slightly better chopping. Real shame, the diamond axe would have been better, but that's what you get. Pumpkin's the dead end there. If we finish using up the hammer, we can actually get a bit better there. The hoe's already done because I chose that upgrade. I could do something with the fishing rod. The rest of these are all done. That's the downside to magic tools, is eventually you hit a point where it stops benefiting you at all because you got no upgrades left. Not really gonna help you anymore. Smack some rocks with some bread. Do I want to just go nuts? Break all the rocks today? And it's basically been my modus operandi, so I suppose may as well just keep breaking rocks. At least there's no hot sun. It's still winter. Wouldn't be the first time I fought the law. I'm not sure they'd win, though. Right, I don't get my infinite fish anymore. Sad. I don't have my infinite energy generator. Not that it's actually infinite anyway anymore. Just sit here and stab myself in the wallet over and over again for a minute here. Because the return is worth it. The classic, remember, you gotta spend money to make money. As I die a little inside every time I say that. Of course, I make it cheaper and none of it shows up this time. There we go. Because that should be enough to fill everything up again. Oh good, I got a good batch of diamond this time. That's kind of what we're dependent on at the moment, admittedly. Is this setup is slightly RNG dependent because of the simple fact of you need RNG to play ball with you in order for you to actually get good ores, because otherwise you'll just get nothing but copper and be sad. Which copper is useful. Don't get me wrong, because that's where you get like the Sadie -5 statues and such. Actually, I can make some experience boost statues out of some of the gold. That might be a good idea. Yeah, it's market crash day anyway, so I'm not selling things. Can I make the grindstones? Can. It's a good thing I kept that. Words. It's a good thing I kept that wooden plank ink batch that I'd gotten. Otherwise I'd have to make a whole other thing to be able to make these grindstones work. But yeah, these process 6 gems a day each. So that'll be 12 gems per day. Yeah, that should be worth it overall. May as well just... Like, there's no reason for me to not plant the wheat. Because these areas aren't going back to normal unless I sit there and pickaxe it all, which I'm not going to. So I may as well just get it out of my inventory and just hurl it all over the ground. Which actually, can I just... Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. What if I told you I could just make wheat appear out of the ground instantaneously? Behold, magic powers. At least gonna water that one since it's partway along. A little bit of chopping. Just to make sure I have some wood on hand in case I need it. Onward! Because this at least gets me some feathers, which might come in handy at some point in the future someday. Okay, it's not market crash day, so some of this stuff should be decent value. Yeah, you'll notice we basically are tripling the value on these emeralds by upgrading them. Diamond bars are still worth a good amount, so we'll get those out. These are low value right now, so let's not sell those. The iron bars are actually going to be useful somewhat, so we should hang on to those. I don't know if these gems actually have different values when they're polished or not, since they all have the same value when they're unpolished. So I think I'm just going to sell out of the rough ones of not sapphires, since I have mostly sapphires at the moment. I'm actually just going to sell out the copper ore and the remaining iron ore. This way I can focus on just making the gold and the diamonds when I get them, hopefully, possibly. I'll also just be getting more anyway, so it doesn't matter that much if I burn them. The only problem is going to be, am I going to get any coal? Which, based on the fact that through all of the mining I've done, I've gotten no coal, I think I may have genuinely shot myself real hard in the foot as far as the actual usefulness goes with the random ores. Like, it's been incredible for making sure I have diamond and gold ore aplenty and a pile of gems. It's actually been more useful for the gems, arguably, because the gems don't require coal. But I can, thankfully, make my own coal, which I really should be doing more of. Which is part of why I'm going nuts with the axe now, actually, while we have the cheaper energy. Just rip a forest down to make coal. We'll just spend today cooking this all into coal in order to have the coal to make what we will be wanting to make. Though I will buy some more as well, just to ensure that. To a certain degree, it may actually end up relying on just how much the diamond and such we're getting is going to end up being worth. Can I make more grindstones to turn these gems into useful things? I can. Because these are just going to be pure profit. Can't believe I'm thinking about this. In case you're wondering, yes, I did just reroll looking for stone. I'm pretty sure you can't buy straight up stone, but I thought about it. That's the level of ridiculous I just got to in that moment. Do I have anything that'll get me my energy back? I can eat the graylings. Now, the rainbow trout is actually worth energy. Just not worth much. I also made these experience boost statues and then didn't use them. I think that's enough energy to... No, that's only enough energy to make one of them. That's still 6 more gems, though, so that'll help. Polish up all these sapphires. I think I straight up forgot to polish gems last day as well. Ew. But it's okay, we'll probably just sell out on this day. Not this day, the next day, that is. I thought this was final day again, but tomorrow is final day. Which is why I set up all the coal that I did, so that I'd have what I need. Yeah, because I have 73 coal. That should be enough to manufacture every single bit of ore that I've acquired and that has any value. And then some, actually, because I don't have enough ore to fill all this out, do I? Oh, no, I actually do. Except I keep having furnaces get misplaced because I keep right-clicking things as I'm flailing around. Let's see if I get the one more diamond. There it is. Now, how much is the sapphire worth? I think that's slightly less, actually. Wasn't it like 150 to 250 for the emeralds? I feel like it was. So maybe the rubies are the ones that are worth the most then. We'll try those next. Because I think there is actually a hierarchy. Part of my brain is telling me that there was. But maybe the emeralds are the top of the hierarchy. I don't know. What I do know is I'm getting a lot of rubies next turn. I actually don't have a ton I can do on this turn, in fact. So, but we water some crops. Get a bunch of free experience by watering a ton of crops that aren't gonna matter that much. If I thought there was a way to make enough value out of seeds, I would actually just reconvert all of the wheat I'm getting here into just an asinine amount of seeds and just watch the numbers go weird, but I don't think it would be a good idea. I don't think that would be productive. Look at that tree was immortal for a good long while, but by the power of stubbornness, we killed it. There we go, there's our level. Atomic power. Ooh. Every 8 breakables you break, you get 10 energy. Yeah. Yeah. Considering the nature of our abilities at this point, that's actually going to be really good. Because see, we just get the refill immediately there. The axe is going to be very good for us for that because it's so cheap to use. Okay, so let's end this day, and then tomorrow we sell out and hope for the best. Ooh, lowest value diamond bars, and the rubies are worth the same amount as the sapphires are. So either I remembered wrong about the emeralds, or the emeralds are just slightly better. Gold's also lowest value, huh? Yikes. Well, we have a lot of it, so I'm selling it anyway because it'll get us over the amount we need. Okay, so we're fine. Everything's fine. Everything is okay. We actually have a comfortable amount over. Because this is the power of ores, is you can just go nuts. Let's go ahead and pop our experience boosters. On the note of go nuts. Oh yeah, mining doesn't give you experience, neither does breaking the trees, does it? Oh. 5 XP per plant, water. You know, those weren't as valuable as I'd hoped. Not gonna lie, not as valuable as I'd hoped. I'm actually gonna go ahead and put some copper in here so I can get some of those Saiyadi statues, though. Because those should be worthwhile. I'm gonna need to get some mines built. If I want to keep this empire alive, though. Depends on how many quotas the demo lets you go through, too, because it might auto-stop at some point. Which is kind of why I'm just continuing right now. I kind of figured I was going to fail out at this point, and I didn't. It's also just a nice, simple, mindless thing to keep doing. Like, this would be a perfect game to, like, podcast over or such. If I had other people here with me to just shoot the shit and do this while people talk about things. Which, unfortunately, I don't really have anything huge or interesting to talk about at the moment. I've just kind of been sitting here doing my thing, you know? And I have devastated my island completely now, which might turn out to be a slight problem. Except for the fact that I do have a bunch of tree seeds. So at the very least... Oh, I do actually need to plant them in plantable ground, though, huh? I thought I could just plant them wherever. Well, we may as well fill out the rest of our tilled soil with tree seeds, then. I don't know if I need to water these, but you know what? Water them anyway. He says as he excludes the wheat seeds because he doesn't care. There we go. Because I figured I had enough to water all the tree seeds. That was part of why I was doing that. And part because it was funny. While we're doing things that prepare us for the future, let's go ahead and make a bunch of coal. Is there anything else I want to buy, sell, or do before things change? The answer is I do, at the very least, want to continue lowering shop prices and make the rerolls cheaper. I can afford the shop slots, so let's grab those two. There we go. Shop slots are maxed out. I don't really want diamond ore in the shop, because that would be rather silly of me to have that, since that's my primary export. Unless I start buying coal and diamond ore in order to cook it and then resell it. But let me tell you, the value return on that, not great. I could start doing things with animals, but that would be rather risky of me at this point. So I don't remember how that all works. Okay, yeah, it was just a two area run, because I saw the dots there and I assumed, but I wasn't sure. Yeah, pickaxe used 1,693. You know, it's kind of fucked up that we went the grower and then just mined everything. You know, there's a thing in hindsight on that one, huh? Now, I'm not actually going to start a new game. I just wanted to see what the other profession was. Genie starts with counter, or that's charged by energy usage. You just get a random reward whenever you use 200 energy. Neat. Yeah, I'm probably going to lose a chunk of my life to this demo some more, but we're not doing more with it right now. At 5.5 hours, we are good for today. We have had our fun. I will find us someone to go visit, and we will move on with our lives for the day. Though, to be quite honest, I don't know where we're going to go. We're not lacking for options. I will say that. We have a lot of people on right now. But that's where that lovely choice paralysis problem kicks in again. And there's a certain degree of irony to that choice paralysis problem, actually. is I purposely spent a chunk of yesterday sitting in more people's streams so that I have vetted more of them. And I want to mention a specific comedy thing to that very specific statement, in that literally 100% of the people I vetted yesterday are not on today. Across the board. And I purposely sat in people's streams that were on at this time. Just unfortunately, they were live on a Sunday, not on a Monday. It's just one of those things, though. It's just like, you know what? I need to point this out because it's funny. You know, it has been a while since I fed back into this particular member of our little group, because they've been away from doing their own thing for a while. And it'll give me a chance to take a peek at where their situation's going for tomorrow. Because we'll go see Pazzy. He's doing his grinding for our Freedom Unite collab tonight, so I may sit in there and give advice and such for a while. And all of that good stuff. Let's see. What else do I have to talk about before I press that button? Do I have any major things to discuss other than schedule? Not particularly. We'll take a quick run back through the demos that were done today, just so anybody that came in late has context of things. First was Corebreaker. Real good. A nice, fast, snappy roguelike. It was a good time. Monday Syndrome. Not as exciting. Very interesting and odd little top-down office action RPG-ish thing. Pretty good. Definitely needs more, but it's a solo dev game. Fair. Voidsayer. Spooky Cthulhu Pokemon game. Pretty good. Pretty good. As usual, another roguelite. Pretty solid. Drop Duchy. Surprisingly very good game. I had medium expectations for it. I thought it was just gonna be weird and interesting. And it definitely holds up as far as weird and interesting goes. Did not expect Tetris City Builder with combat in it. Isle of Reveries. Very good Legend of Zelda akin game. Very heavily Link's Awakening inspired. Pretty good. And then of course what we were just doing here, another farm roguelike Rebirth. As you can tell by the fact I spent the longest time on it. Had a good time with that one. Definitely a good idler. Worth spending time on if you have the right mindset to just sit there and whack crops and rocks and trees and make money in number go burr. That's pretty much where that's at. But I'm gonna go ahead and get that timer started so we can talk schedule and get out of here. So, as mentioned already, schedule for tomorrow is continuing the Freedom Unite collab with Pazzy, who you'll be seeing here in a moment, and Vale, who you've seen plenty of on the channel. Thursday we'll be doing more demos. I might do the ones I've already picked out. I might actually go pick more out and vet them more heavily. We'll see how that ends up working out. And then of course, Friday theoretically will be more Archipelago with Vale, but I may discuss with her doing some of the multiplayer demos that are available. If there's any particularly good multiplayer demos available, just to kind of give us a break from Archipelago so we're not doing two of those back to back. I may also discuss with other people about that as well. We'll see how it ends up panning out. And then Saturday we're of course back to Minecraft with the Gremlin crew once again. And then we're back to the beginning, and there's not gonna be any more Next Fest by then, I don't think, so I'll figure something out. But until then, y'all take care, have a good night, and thank you all for your time, and be good to Pazzy. Goodbye!